So it looks like they really do try and utilize their tight ends.
Yeah, 80, Tyreek James is their top target. I think he's got 25 targets, 15 catches, as you mentioned. That's who their quarterback's looking to, whether it's crossing routes, wheel routes, vertical routes, whatever it may be. He's a big target and played well against us last year, and you have a lot of respect for him. He's a guy that you think possibly play on Sundays, has good size, good in blocking, good hands, all that type of stuff. So certainly a good player. The wideouts, 23 is probably the guy to take the top off of it, deep ball to him, take the shots. I think he went for about 150 in the bowl game last year, and just throwing some smoke screens out to him. They got a transfer Division II guy, number 10, who goes for 50 on a smoke screen against Ole Miss. And then the Watt brothers, number 2 and number 3, played against us last year. Number 2 is a very solid deuce and just does a good job out there. So a lot of guys, a lot of different guys they can go to, a lot of different weapons they can spread the ball around to, and very balanced offense. I think we got them about 70-30 on first and second down pass and run. And that could be a little bit of the games they've been into. I expect them to be a little bit more balanced than that and try to run the football a little bit more than they have been. Challenges, they don't give you the same look any time. It's going to give you different looks. They're going to hide and disguise stuff, in their run game, pass game, and get to it multiple ways. So we got to do a good job locking in on our keys. Tell our guys all the time, you see a lot, you see little. But you see a little, focusing on your key, focusing on your fundamentals, you see a lot. So that's what we're going to try to do.
Coach, you just threw out a word, smoke screen. What is a smoke screen?
Just a little quick now screen out to the receivers. So that's, we've called it different things over the years. Now screen, smoke screen. Some guys have called it quick tunnel. But just getting the ball out to those receivers and letting them run in space. And, and they do a good job of that. If you're off coverage or give them some space, they're going to hit the quick hitters, the hitch routes and little out routes to them and take their 5-yard gains and move on to the next snap and take a positive play. So we got to do a good job of, at times pressing and showing some different coverages out there to take away the easy throws and the quick hitters.
Coach Houston said earlier this week this offensive line plays very physical. Have you seen that too?
Oh, man, I think the center is maybe the best, in our league, certainly, maybe college football. I mean, he was giving Oklahoma kid, Ole Miss kid, all they could handle. And I think the Oklahoma kid's probably a first, second day draft pick. Last year, all our movements, he cut them off, did a really nice job. The guards all conference, the tackle is huge, and they just come off the ball and play with a nastiness and play very physical up front. So we got to be ready to match that.
Let's talk a little bit about your defense now, Coach. One thing we haven't really mentioned a whole lot is the red zone defense this year. I mean, you're doing a good job with your red zone defense, keeping people out of the end zone for the most part, don't you think?
Yeah, that's something we focus on, and Coach Houston's made a big emphasis on it. A couple times a week we get down in the red zone, whether it's Skelly or team sessions, and go to work down there, just some different coverages we play and just kind of a mindset, making kids aware of where we're out in the field. And we say it every week and all the time in our meetings, touchdowns will get you beat, but holding them to field goals, then you got a chance to win the ball game. And that's a 4-point swing there that can make a big difference. And one play, can get you beat down there, and one play can go the other way and hold them to a field goal. So that's our focus. Those and turnovers have been a huge focus for us during the offseason and through this season so far.
Well, the Pirates are +1 in turnovers going into this game with Tulane. Coach, Emmanuel Hickman was running all over the field, making big plays for you last week. He was getting sacks. He was getting tackles behind the line of scrimmage. Tell us a little bit about him and how far he's come.
Manny's been awesome. He's worked his tail off, had a couple big sacks, as you mentioned last week, and just, really transitioned to a starter on our football team, a leader for our defense, and just playing as hard as he can right now and really setting the tone up front. And we hope he continues to do that and setting the edge and give us a little pass rush there.
Jaquan McMillan doing a great job. Had that big pick again last week. He's got 3 this year already, 10 in his career. He's having a great year, isn't he?
He is, and he's solid. Not only picking the ball off last week, but coming up and making some stops on the perimeter in the pass game. And that's, as defensive coordinator, linebackers coach, you like to see those secondary kids come up and just, smack somebody around. He did that, and then he shows he can go get the ball in the air and stick in the box. So just really proud of Jaquan and the things he's doing this season so far, and hopefully can continue through conference play here.
Coach, final question for you. As you match up with this Tulane offense, and they are prolific, as we know, they're averaging right at 36 points per game. What are you going to have to do to slow these guys down?
Yeah, 36 points per game. I mean, they can run the ball. I think 150 per game, 250 in the air. We got to make sure we keep the deep ball from us when they take their shots. We got to make sure we control number 80 in the pass game and know where he's at, and that's the top target. But first, we got to stop that run game. Cameron Carroll, whichever tailback's back there, that's where they hurt us at last year, and put them behind the sticks and make them take the check downs in the pass game and try to get the third down and do a little better job on third down than we did last week and see if we can't get off the field and give the ball back to our offense.
That's ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell. Great to visit with Blake Harrell and also offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick on our Pirate Preview show. Hey, we had a lot of guests on this hour, and we appreciate very much you listening to our Pirate Preview program. And a big thanks to Pirate Radio, to Jonathan Ellerby, and to Troy Dreyfus for their wonderful gift of $1,500 to the Heather Ann Pertee Memorial Scholarship, the nursing school scholarship at ECU. Debbie and I appreciate that from the bottom of our hearts. And again, just a wonderful gesture on the part of Pirate Radio. Thank you guys so much for the $1,500 donation. Also, my thanks to Shirley Rhodes, who always twists the dials for us here at University Book Exchange. All of our guests are 4 Pirate players that we had on. Also, Don Edwards, the owner of UBE, always comes on and visits with us. And our special guest this week was ECU's all-time leading rusher, Junior Smith, the Hall of Famer. Great to see Junior at UBE. Pirate football at 3:30 on Saturday as East Carolina takes on Tulane. It's homecoming, and it's also the AAC opener coming up at 3:30 on Saturday. And the Pirates need to put one in the win column. Tulane has won 3 games in a row in the series. East Carolina can make it 3 wins in a row this season with a victory. Thanks so much for being with us, and we'll see you at the stadium.
The following is an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation. The following is an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
Purple and gold, they are not just colors. They represent a nation of people from all walks of life coming together as one, who are loyal to the code of what it means to be a pirate. A nation of pirates who have a chip on their shoulder, that show grit and determination in times of adversity and showing a burning loyalty to their crew. Purple and gold are our colors, colors that brand us as pirates. Just as the colors were raised by the pirates that sailed our coast before us, it's our time to do the same, to signal a rallying cry to all pirates. No retreat, no surrender, no quarter. We are the Pirates of ECU.
Pirate fans, get ready. It's time to talk ECU football on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Brought to you by Bud Light. The Pirate Radio sports teams will get you ready with a game-winning strategy, live reports from the stadium, a breakdown of all the X's and O's, and all the scores and previews of other games around the country. Let's get ready. It's time for Pirate football on the voice of the Pirate Nation. Now live from the Pirate Radio studios, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate is on the air.
It is a beautiful day for football in Greenville, North Carolina, and a big game coming up today between the Pirates and the Tulane Green Wave. ECU coming in at 2-2, looking to get to 3-2 and 1-0 in conference play when they take on the 1-3 Green Wave. We will get you set for the 3:30 kickoff right here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. 4 hours of pregame coverage here at Pirate Radio. Coming up during this 4-hour voyage, we will visit with the voice, Jeff Charles. He's live in the Pirate Radio studios for hour number 1 of today's show. Hour 2, Stephen Igo from Hoist the Colors will join us in the Pirate Radio studios. Ronnie Woodward as well from the Daily Reflector. The final game he will be covering as the ECU football beat writer. We'll have a couple of tailgate check-ins with Troy D out of the Pirate Radio tailgate zone. Double B, Brian Bailey, will give his thoughts on this matchup as we'll talk to the WNCT Channel 9 sports director. You'll hear from both ECU offensive coordinator Jeff Charles and defensive coordinator Blake Harrell. Got those guys coming up on the program as well. The big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau, will look at today's game from a gambling perspective, and Billy Weaver will join us as well coming up on the show. He is the co-host of the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show. Brian North will join us as well. We got Shirley Rhodes. We got the big dog Glenn Griffin. I am Clip Brock. All that and a lot more coming up the next 4 hours here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We'll pop the top on the Week 5 edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate next.
And they went the fence and pressurized. They don't really want it to be another race to attack in the sky, so give some money back.
The following is an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio.
In sports, if you think joy only happens after you win, think again. Look at the world's most successful athletes like Serena Williams, Brooks Koepka, and Alex Morgan. They don't spend all their days grinding away. They take time to enjoy themselves, like getting together with friends over a Michelob Ultra, because they know that happiness is the key to winning, and that joy is the whole game, not just the end game. Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. AB Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At US Cellular, we can help everyone stay connected for less. And less also means more, as in more choice. Right now, you choose any phone and we make it free. Plus, get unlimited data for $30 a month with 4 lines. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
How much does the word reliable mean? Sure, all businesses describe themselves as reliable, and we certainly wouldn't expect any business to be unreliable, but when you take a word like reliable and make it your way of life, the entire core of your business, it tends to mean a little more. And it's something you have to show people, not tell them. At Delcor, we show it by being there the same day you call. We show it by simply doing outstanding work with exceptional products, a family-oriented work ethic, and genuine caring for all of our neighbors throughout Eastern NC, because in a time of need, we know the first and the only thing you need is someone you can count on. That's why we only use equipment you can count on too, like a train comfort system. It's hard to stop a train. Delcor can have a new train comfort system installed in no time, or we can provide an AC tune-up to make sure your system is performing well. So will your system keep you cool all summer? Find out. Call us. We're Delcor, the service professionals, reliable for over 4 decades. Visit delcorinc.com today.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Tom Brown from Brown & Wood Buick GMC Truck. We've been serving the Pirate Nation in Eastern North Carolina for 83 years. We have 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 showrooms, and 1 goal: to make sure you leave a happy customer.
This month at Brown & Wood, get an all-new 2021 Buick Envision and save over $3,000 or 0% financing for 72 months. And as always, Brown & Wood is the home of the lifetime powertrain warranty on all new and pre-owned vehicles.
We're located on Greenville Boulevard next to the Convention Center, or shop us online at brownandwoodauto.com.
Great food, great atmosphere, and great service is Ottavola Market Cafe. Ottavola is simply a restaurant that focuses on that, being a great restaurant. There's something for everyone at Ottavola. The menu offers a variety of great choices like pastas, pizzas, sandwiches, soups, salads, and seasonal rotating selections. Lunch or dinner, Ottavola is always the right call. Call ahead and get Ottavola to go, or stop by the bar for a drink with friends. It's simple. Come and eat at Ottavola Market Cafe, Red Banks Road next to Food Lion, and OttavolaMarket.com. Ottavola, pirates supporting pirates.
This is Xavier Smith, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. For the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner, be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. You can follow us on Facebook and Instagram at PR927FM. You can also follow us on Twitter, and that is at free PR927FM. Join the close to 50,000 followers today. Now let's head back in to Pirate Radio Live. Here's your host, Clip Brock. It's not Pirate Radio Live. It's the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate.
A rough start for the Week 5 edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Apparently, I called Jeff Charles the ECU offensive coordinator in the open. Shirley Rhodes has this being Pirate Radio Live, which we're here with you 15 hours a week.
Yeah, 15 hours a week, and then I forget.
It is game day. We're on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, getting you ready for ECU and Tulane. Huge game today. Congrats on the promotion, Jeff.
Well, thanks a lot.
We called some plays
2
today.
turnovers already on the Pirate Radio crew as we start the show.
That's not a good start. I tell you what, we might just let the voice take over and go another hour, as you just heard the UBE Pirate preview. Jeff, great to hear from Junior Smith on that show. And you also talked to Leonard Henry. Great week of running backs talking to The Voice this week, and really two great men as well. Really enjoyed those conversations this week.
Yes, I really did as well. The top two running backs in the history of East Carolina Pirate football: Junior Smith, 3,700 yards, number one; Leonard Henry, right over 3,000 yards, number two. They have a lot in common other than just the football playing and being ECU Pirates. They're both very spiritual guys. Leonard, of course, is a minister. He is Reverend Leonard Henry at the First Baptist Church in Clinton. He's been there for 3 years. It was great to hear his testimony, and also Junior has always been a very religious guy as well, and they're doing great things in their lives. They have been terrific ambassadors for East Carolina University. It's just a pleasure to sit down and talk with some of these young men. Now, I remember them, of course, Clip, when they were players and they were 18, 19, 20 years old. It doesn't seem possible that it's been that long for both of them, but time moves on, and these guys now are middle-aged guys. And boy, when Junior sat down with me and he says, "I have a child 29 years old," I just about fell out of my chair. So it just shows how quickly the years go by.
Jeff Charles joining us the first hour inside the Pirate Radio studios. Got Shirley Rhodes, Glenn Griffin here, and we are locked and loaded, ready to go for a 3:30 kickoff. Huge game today, Jeff, as East Carolina takes on Tulane. And Ronnie Woodward and Stephen Igo bring it up a lot. It seems like over the years the Tulane game is always kind of the pivotal game on the schedule. If you win that one, you can go on to bigger things, potentially a bowl game. If you lose it, you're behind the eight ball. That is certainly the case this year with East Carolina. You look ahead, you got two tough road games coming up with UCF and Houston, but you win this one, you're 3-2, and really looking good as you get ready for the back half of the schedule. But going to be a tough one, Jeff, because Tulane has had ECU's number over the recent years.
They really have, Cliff. They've won 3 games in a row in the series. They've won 4 of the last 5 games in the series. And last year, it wasn't pretty. You go back and look at the tape from last year. It was 31-7 Tulane going into the fourth quarter. And then the Pirates scored some garbage touchdowns, if you will, in the fourth quarter of the game to make the score look a little bit better. 38-21 was the final. But this has been a tough nut for ECU in recent years. And you and I have talked about Willie Fritz and what a terrific coach that he is. He has done a remarkable job with the Tulane football program. That is a very tough place to win, and especially in a league like the American Athletic Conference. And he has done a remarkable job going into this year. He's averaged right at 7 wins per season for the 3 years previous to this one. And I think everybody around the country who knows anything about college football would tell you that the man has done a great job. And he has a lot in common with Mike Houston, and we talked with Mike this week about it. These are guys that have pulled themselves up by their bootstraps in this profession. They didn't have big names. They didn't have fathers who were big name coaches who got them into college coaching. These are a couple of guys, small town guys, who, again, have had to come up through the ranks. And in the case of Willie Fritz, he really started as a junior college coach out at Blinn Junior College in Texas. They're usually a powerhouse, and he won a couple of national championships there. Then he went to Division II with Central Missouri. He was there for 13 years, and then on to Sam Houston State, then to Georgia Southern, finally an FBS job at Tulane. And as we all know, Mike Houston has a similar background. Mike actually started coaching in high school, and then of course he moved up through the ranks to Brevard, and then Lenore Ryan, and then to the Citadel, and then to James Madison, and now, just like Willie Fritz, this is his first FBS job. And in talking with Mike, he said, we oftentimes talk, he says, I probably talk to Willie Fritz more than any other coach in the AAC, because we do have that common bond that, again, nothing was handed to us. We've had to come up the tough way through our careers, and again, I think these guys relate to each other very well.
Jeff, you and I'm guilty of this, like a lot of sports fans are. We tend to kind of label teams, and we see something, and we just stick with it and stick with the narrative. With Tulane, they've always been, this might be harsh, kind of boring, especially offensively. And Willie Fritz, and his teams play some tough defense. But I don't know. This iteration of Tulane is pretty high-powered offensively, and that starts with Michael Pratt, their quarterback. They can put up some points, Jeff, and also play defense on the other side. Now, they're not happy with the way they've played defense this year, taking on some tough competition with Oklahoma and Ole Miss. But I would say that the Willie Fritz style of football is first tough defense, and then after that, Michael Pratt's going to put up some points on the offensive side.
Well, there's no doubt, Clip, in going into the game last year, we were like, who is this guy, Michael Pratt? Yeah. He was a true freshman. Nobody really knew a whole lot about him, and then we saw how good he was after he played against the Pirates, and then, of course, he's back again this year, still, of course, a freshman, even though it is his second year, and he's a fine talent. He was a 3-star recruit coming out of Boca Raton, Florida. He comes into the game today as he's right at 58%, just like Holt Naylor, so I'm sure he's not really happy with a 58% completion percentage. But what is impressive is he's thrown 10 touchdowns against just 2 interceptions against some pretty good competition. And then he can run a little bit, too. He's not a burner, but he's plus 96 in yards rushing through 4 games this year, so he can hurt you with his feet as well. So he's a good player. They have other good players surrounding him. Cameron Carroll, number 20, if you're heading out to the game today, he's their featured back, and he had a good game against the Pirates last year. He ran for over 100 yards in the victory last year, and he's a big guy at 6'1", 225. He's the kind of back that really gets downhill. And they have 2 other very capable running backs behind him, Devin Brumfield, who is a transfer from Utah, and also Tyjae Spears, who last year went out with an ACL, but he's back this year. So they've got some weapons. They've got some good receivers. They've got a big tight end who is really good, Tyrick James, number 80, is their leading receiver. They really throw to their tight ends a lot, Clip. They have 25 receptions from their tight ends, but James is the star. He has 15 catches and 2 touchdowns, a real healthy per reception catch of 16.4 yards is his average per catch, and he's in his 29th start. So he's a guy that's been around a long time, done a really great job. And then they have the 2 guys that we talked about last year, the brothers, the Watts brothers.
Oh, yeah.
Remember them? They have Deuce Watts, and they have his brother Fat Watts.
Where does Fat Watts rank on the all-name team all-time, Jeff, for you? Fat. P-H-A-T.
P-H-A-T. Yeah. Fat Watts. Well, he has to make the top 10 somewhere, Clip. And both of these kids are from Richton, Mississippi. They both went to Jones Community College, which is just a few miles up the road from Hattiesburg. And they have had some great players come out of there. And they're both quality receivers. So, they've got some weapons, but I'll tell you who is probably the most valuable player maybe on the offense is the center. His name is Sincere Hainsworth. I guess you could put him on the list of names, too. Sincere, we may see him playing next year in the NFL. He's that good. He's a 315-pound senior center from Texas, first-team All-AAC. And I know in talking with Blake Harrell, ECU's defensive coordinator this week, he said he was just a guy last year, we just couldn't do anything with him. So, again, if you're heading out to the game, you like to watch line play. When Tulane has the ball, watch number 52, the center, Sincere Hainsworth. He is really a good one.
And speaking of that center position, Jeff, that has been it's been cursed for East Carolina over the years with all the unfortunate injuries. You think about John Spellacy and Peyton Winstead, and even this year, I know it was brought up this week with Donnie Kirkpatrick and Mike Houston that, Avery Jones had moved over there. We had seen Fernando Fry there, but Avery banged up a little bit, so Trent Holler has been taking some snaps. So that center position, Jeff, continues to be a bugaboo for ECU. The guys are getting it done, but it's just it hasn't gone smoothly, even in 2021.
Well, the center position and really, Clip, when you look at the entire offensive line, it's really troubling. They're in their 5th game, of course, today, and they've got a lot of guys banged up. And the bad news coming out of the game last week was Rob Vanderlyn, who probably most ECU fans had never heard of a couple of weeks ago.
We were just getting to know him.
Yeah, just getting to know him, and then now here he is hurt. He maybe is out for the year. He was the 3rd-string right tackle when the season started. Then he moved up to 2nd string when Bailey Malovic was declared out for the year with an injury. And then Rob had been playing a lot, and they were really happy with him, Clip. He's a transfer from Oregon State, and he was getting a lot of snaps, and now he's down. So now you have to move Walter Stribling, who's a young player, a freshman in the program, has to back up both the left tackle and the right tackle position, and Noah Henderson will start. And Noah just has that back that he has to be really careful with. And I know you've heard Donnie Kirkpatrick talk about this, the fact that they have tried to limit his snaps and maybe only play him about 30 or 40 snaps a game so he can get through games and not have him out there for 70 or 80 snaps. So it's not a good situation, but I'll tell you what, the guys are playing hard. Avery Jones, you mentioned him. He has been banged up. He's had a bad ankle, so he didn't play as much last week. Sean Bailey's been the guy I think's been pretty much injury-free this year, and so has Fernando Fry. And Justin Chase has done a good job at the left tackle spot. But, they're in a situation where they're mixing and matching up front.
A lot of names there on the Orthopedics East injury report. It seems like, Jeff, a lot of guys, when we talk about Noah Henderson, Avery Jones currently, Elijah Morris, guys that they're banged up and they're trying to fight through it, Jeff. So we got guys that are injured, but guys that are out there trying to give it a go.
Yeah, and they just about have to. The depth is better than it has been, but those are your main guys.
Yeah.
And they've got to stay out there and play through injuries, and that's part of football, as you know, Clip. Guys get so banged up on Saturday, and then on Sunday it's treatment, and they try and put their bodies back together again, and then on Mondays it's a day off, and so they're stretching, though, and getting more treatment, and then it all starts over again on Tuesday with practice. So, it's a tough game. Football is a tough game, and these are tough guys, and they just have to fight through the injury bug.
Sounds like a guy that's getting healthier, and I mentioned it with Kevin Monroe when he joined us last week on Pirate Radio Live. There was a series, Jeff, I want to say it was inside the red zone, where Aaron Ramseur kind of took over last week, and he was all over the place, and we're starting to see him in spots. And then Mike Houston said earlier this week, Jeff, that Aaron is about full go now, so that is good news on the injury front.
Yeah, he was having some hip issues, and his straight ahead speed was okay, but he was having a hard time going side to side. But I think he's pretty healthy now, and so that's good. Number 51's played a lot of football for the Pirates down through the years. He came in with the previous coaching staff. And I'll tell you, the guy last week, Clip, that really turned some heads was number 8, Emmanuel Hickman. Emmanuel, when I talk with the coaches, they say he is like the hardest worker on the football team, and all that hard work is starting to pay off for him. And watch number 8 today. He had some big plays last week. He's got 6 tackles behind the line of scrimmage and 2 sacks. Emmanuel Hickman wearing number 8, the single digit, playing on the defensive line like those Temple guys do.
Yeah.
But he's 6'3", 257. He's a freshman from Chesterfield of Virginia. Emmanuel Hickman's playing some really good football. Still a very, very young player in this program. It's going to be fun to watch him in the future.
Going to need him to play well, especially in the first 30 minutes today, Jeff, because you've got Surad Ware, who is out due to a targeting last week. So going to need DeBrew, Hickman, those guys to really step up. Who will start in place of Ware? Do you know, Jeff?
I would guess D'Angelo McKinney.
Yeah.
D'Angelo is a local kid, as we know, from Kenansville, and he's played a lot of football for the Pirates, so he'll get a lot of playing time. They do have, as we've talked about, Clip, they do have at least 10 or 12 defensive linemen that they rotate in there each and every game. Xavier McIver and Javion McCray are backup guys who are getting a lot of playing time as well. And Jeremy Lewis, don't forget about him. I think we might see Xavier Smith play more of a linebacker position today than up front as a defensive end. I mean, he's been going back and forth. I think Xavier just feels more comfortable at linebacker, and I think we'll probably see him back there where he's more familiar with that position. But they needed some help up front, so early on in the season they moved him up front, but we might see him more as an LB coming up in this game.
Jeff Charles joining us today inside the Pirate Radio studios, hour 1 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Let's take a time out. We'll come back. Want to hear from some of the players, Jeff, you had and talked to you about it. Enjoyed your chat with Jaquan McMillan. He has worked hard, and the work is paying off for him. He has had back-to-back games with huge second-half interceptions. One went for a game clincher at Marshall. Last week, went to the house, a pick 6. We'll talk about that, more personnel, more of Jeff's thoughts on this one between the Green Wave and the Pirates coming up at 3:30. Thanks to Bagel Man for the awesome pregame tailgate meal. Bagel Man on Fire Tower Road hooked us up with some breakfast bagels, and I took a sausage, egg, and cheese to the house. Shirley and the big dog happy as well as they filled our bellies thanks to Bagel Man. Awesome food. there on Fire Tower Road. We'll take a timeout, come back, and have more for you on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Back with you after this.
Well, the secret is out. CD's Grill has the best breakfast in Greenville. Start your day with a made-to-order breakfast Monday through Saturday at CD's Grill. Plus, you can enjoy lunch Monday through Friday. And their lunch specials are always a huge hit. Monday, it's barbecue chicken. Tuesday, pork tenderloin and gravy. Wednesday, chicken and pastry. Thursday, barbecue pork chops. And Friday, it's spaghetti. CD's Grill on Fire Tower Road in Winterville, near Evans Street. Stop by CD's Grill for the best country cooking around.
Public notice, Discount Master Furniture, Greenville, 1501 Evans Street. Everything must go up to 75% off. Living rooms, bedrooms, dinettes, purple swivel chairs, ECU, $99. Desk chairs, $10. Queen mattresses, $199. Sofas, much more. Discount Master Furniture up to 75% off. 1501 Evans Street in Greenville, and I'll see you there!
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
Hello, this is Talbot Green with Angel Oak Home Loans. Now's the time to take advantage of the opportunity to buy more home or refinance your current mortgage at historically low rates. The combination of our local team's experience and Angel Oak's wide offerings of products from standard conventional, government, and portfolio loans has something for most financial situations. For more information, call Talbot Green, Joanne Weir, or Wanda Hager at 751-2060.
NMLS 1719250, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Holt Nailers, and I couldn't do my job without my offensive line keeping me safe. Make sure your employees are safe by using ArcPoint Labs for your medical testing needs. From pre-employment testing to COVID test, ArcPoint Labs is there to serve Eastern North Carolina with accurate, reliable, confidential testing. Schedule an appointment at any of their 6 Eastern North Carolina locations or visiting them online at arcpointlabs.com. Go Pirates!
Hello, Pirate Nation. This is Jamie Cuccinella, inviting you and your family to come by Cuccinella's Pizzeria and Italian Ice. Cuccinella's has been serving our special family recipe New York-style pizza since 1932. We think you'll taste the difference in just one bite. When you come in for a pie, don't forget to try our house-made Italian ice or gelato. We make small batches every day from scratch with all fresh ingredients. Cuccinella's on Old Tar Road across from Plant and Sea, Cuccinellas.com, and on Facebook and Instagram.
This is Mike Houston, head football coach at East Carolina University, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
Listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, let's take a look at some of the games that we're going to kind of keep an eye on. A lot of them are top 25 plays, top 25 teams that will be playing. A couple of games that will be kicking off that we'll keep an eye on in just a couple of minutes. Number 8, Arkansas will travel to number 2, Georgia. North Carolina will host Duke at 12. It'll be Memphis and Tulane, along with number 14, Michigan, traveling to Wisconsin. TCU will host Texas. All of those teams will kick off in just a few minutes. Coming up at 12:30, the 4-0 Demon Deacons of Wake Forest will host Louisville. And at 2:30, it'll be number Cincinnati at number 9 Notre Dame. UL Monroe will travel to number 16 Coastal Carolina, and then later on at 3:30 it'll be number 1 Alabama hosting number 12 Ole Miss. And that is a look at your Buck scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And now during football season, we have food trucks, or they have food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram with the updated schedule. And we will see you at the Buck. And as we head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate clip, coming up at the conclusion of this segment, we'll have a giveaway. We have 2 tickets to give away coming up at the end of this segment.
Awesome. This happens seemingly almost every week, where we have a Pirate fan who has some tickets to give away, and they allow us to help with that. So we'll be doing
usually
that.
they would call in and say, hey, we've got some extra tickets. Do you want to give them away? And I get the information, and we are off and rolling.
All right, Jeff Charles joining us. Jeff, when you're on the road, you always give us a road weather report. Looks like a beautiful day for football here at home at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium.
We are living right, aren't we, Clip? Look at all the home games this year and how beautiful the weather has been. This is perfect. And a 3:30 kickoff time, perfect for Pirate fans. I think if you polled ECU fans, the overwhelming majority of them would say that they prefer 3:30 games. Of course, ECU has nothing to do with that. It's all about television. So you usually play either noon, 3:30, or 7, maybe sometimes 6, as has happened this year. But 3:30 just seems to be a perfect time, too, Clip. It gives people a chance. They don't have to rush in the morning, and they can get down to UBE and pick up a new shirt or whatever for the game and walk around town, have a little bit of lunch, and then, of course, go out to the game. And then the game, hopefully, is a 3-hour game, and it's over 6:30 to 7 o'clock, hopefully at the latest. And then you still have your evening. So 3:30s are perfect.
And Jeff, you know Don Edwards better than I, but every interaction I've had with him has been a pleasant one. He seems like a pretty positive guy. He's definitely in a good mood today because UBE is jam-packed. Was just outside. The parking lot is rolling. A lot of Pirate fans rolling to UBE before they hit the game.
Yeah, no doubt. It's so great to see the Pirate fans back out. And last year, of course, it was like a ghost town around here because of COVID. And in fact, we didn't even do our shows over at UBE last year, and it interrupted 32 consecutive years of doing our shows there. But, of course, we couldn't do it last year. And now this year, we're doing our shows from UBE on Fridays at 12 noon, and even on Fridays, and Shirley can attest to this as well. She's with me every time we do a show. I mean, we've had great crowds in there for the 3 Fridays that we've had the program. And that was the case again yesterday. And then today, we're uptown right next to UBE with our Pirate Radio studios. And you're right, parking lots are jammed, and that's always a really good sign. When we leave here and we head out to the stadium, I always just judge how good the crowd is going to be by how the tailgate lots look. And I expect them to be really jumping today. So, you know, it just says so much, Clip, about the Pirate Nation and the faithful and the fans here. I mean, let's be honest. There's not a whole lot to cheer about with this program the last 6 years, and yet that base of support is still there, and it is so great to see, and we're so appreciative for it that people are sticking with this program through thick and thin. At some point, it will get better, but the Pirates just have to turn the corner, you know, somewhere down the road. You just can't expect people to continue to come out and support a product that cannot win. And going into play today, and I think this stat, everyone knows that East Carolina has been struggling in football, but I think when you crunch the numbers and you look at the record going into play today, the Pirates have been in the American Athletic Conference 7 years in this league, and ECU has 16 wins and 40 losses in this conference. Well, you're right. That's tough. At some point, that's got to change, and hopefully that will change today.
Jeff Charles joining us in the Pirate Radio studios. We'll be with you after the game on the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter call-in show. You said a moment ago, Jeff, you hope this one wraps up 6:30, 7 o'clock. It reminded me, I tweeted earlier in the week, Jeff, I said I had a vision, and I said ECU and Tulane finished regulation tied at 31. After 2 overtimes, it's 46-46. They trade 2-point conversions the next 2 hours. It's 10 o'clock at night. Everyone's exhausted, and they decide the winner of the game will be determined by an arm wrestling match between Jeff Charles and Corey Glore. Jeff, if your number's called today, will you be ready to win it for Pirate Nation?
Well, if it's against Corey, yes. I don't know about some other people, but
Jeff's got that one in the bag.
I've got that one in the bag.
All right. We'll see if your number's called, Jeff.
All right. I'll just take a win any way we can get it.
No doubt. Anyway.
And this could be 3 wins in a row. So
huge.
Yeah, it is big, and especially when you look at the schedule down the road, this is an important game to win because ECU has to go to UCF next week. And then did you see how Houston just absolutely took Tulsa apart?
I was going to bring that up.
Yeah, and then they've got to go to Houston in 3 weeks. That was a physical. I watched the entire first half of that game. That was a physical mismatch last night.
Which you look at Tulsa last year, Jeff, they were the physical team.
Yeah,
they were kind of the bully. So Dana Holgerson turning that around on the Golden Hurricanes.
Yeah, Houston's now 4-1, and the Pirates have to go down there and play them in 3 weeks. And then, of course, next week they've got UCF, and we all know how good UCF is year in and year out. So those are 2 back-to-back tough road games coming up, which makes this game even more important, I think.
UCF will take on Navy coming up this afternoon in Annapolis. UCF, a 2-touchdown favorite in that one. Jeff, how about Cincinnati, Notre Dame? This one coming up 2:30 on NBC. A big one, obviously, for Luke Fickell. If they can win this one, this has been a weird year in college football. Clemson has a couple losses. Ohio State has a loss. And you've got a bunch of top 10 teams playing today, Jeff, that are ripe for the picking that could potentially be knocked off as well. So if there's ever a year for a quote-unquote Group of 5 school to make it to the playoff, this could be it. Boy, BYU's playing great right now. You've got some other teams there. Fresno State undefeated, but Cincinnati, 7th in the country, Jeff, have a huge opportunity today to go to South Bend and get a huge win.
Yeah, that would be terrific for Cincinnati, and of course they're on their way to the Big 12, and you mentioned BYU. They're on their way to the Big 12 as well, so don't write the Big 12 off yet. They've got some good programs coming into that league in the future, but yeah, this I would think is the biggest game that Cincinnati's ever played in its history. Certainly one of the biggest games, regular season wise. It probably is the biggest. And Luke Fickell's done a great job. And I tell you, it's really difficult, Clip. I think I mentioned this last week. Really difficult in the state of Ohio for Ohio State fans to look at the top 25 and see Cincinnati ranked ahead of Ohio State. But that's where we are. They're number 7. Notre Dame is number 9. By the way, Notre Dame plays at Virginia Tech next week. Virginia Tech has the weekend off this weekend, and then Notre Dame comes into Blacksburg next week. So they need to get a win at home as well. So that's going to be a great football game. Of course, we'll be broadcasting at the time that game's going on, but if we weren't, I would be sitting in front of my television watching that one because it's going to be a really fun game.
Jeff, I get tired of hearing about the SEC, yet I'm one of the hypocrites that eats it all up and enjoys it. I'll be tuned in as ECU's playing today. I'll be keeping an eye on Ole Miss, Alabama. You got Florida and Kentucky coming up later on, and Georgia taking on an Arkansas team. Sam Pittman has done a great job there at Arkansas. They've already knocked off Texas and Texas A&M this year, so yeah, it's you get tired of hearing about it, Jeff, but some great games in the Southeastern Conference today.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And Georgia is Georgia. I mean, they're playing great. There's no question. But that Ole Miss-Alabama game could be interesting because of the way that Ole Miss can score points. And, they absolutely wore out this Tulane team we're going to see here this afternoon. They scored 61 points against Tulane. And Lane Kiffin, you got to give him credit. He's a really good offensive coach, and Ole Miss can score some points. So that's going to be a fun game to watch as well.
Talked about this yesterday briefly with Mike Mullis. He joined us on the show on Pirate Radio Live. Lane Kiffin has lived like 4 lifetimes as a coach already, Jeff. You think about it, he is only 46 years old. He's been the coach, at USC, at Tennessee, the head coach of the Raiders, and now he's back in he's in the SEC with Ole Miss, and it's probably not his last stop. He's going to make some more stops, might jump to the NFL again, who knows? But what a wild career he's had, and again, he's a relatively young guy, young coach.
And he was the offensive coordinator at Alabama as well,
Saban,
Clip, with Nick Saban, where I'm sure he even learned more with his craft
It's like coaching rehab, Jeff. You go there and then you come out
true.
on top.
It really is, and everybody just raves about being with Nick Saban and everything that they learned from him. And, of course, longtime college football fans will remember his father, of course, was Monty Kiffin, who coached at North Carolina State, and he had a similar career path to what his son Lane is having now, in that he's been all over the place. Monty Kiffin's career was as well college football and pro football and everywhere in between. So sometimes guys follow that path. They follow their dads in coaching, and another coaching family certainly is the Kiffin family.
And it's tough. You don't see guys stick around one spot anymore, Jeff, and some of that is due to the coach's decision themselves, and most of the time it seems like it's the school's decision to move on and go elsewhere. I don't know, those days might be gone, Jeff, where you see a guy land in one spot for 20 years.
I think they are, Clip. I mean, when you look back, Frank Beamer might be the last guy. It's somewhat sad, but it's become such a big business, Clip, and there's very little loyalty from the school to the coach. There's very little loyalty from the coach to the school. It's just where we are with college football these days, and with sports in general, especially professional sports, and they've been that way for a long time, but we've seen now how it is in college sports, and there's so much money out there for these coaches that you can't blame them. I mean, we would all probably do the same thing if somebody's out there offering you 2 or 3 times as much money.
Kind of be stupid not to, right?
Exactly. What's a guy going to do for his family and for his long-term future? So that's just where we are with it. And again, if you can get the right guy and he can come in, he can do a really good job for your program, and after 4 or 5 years build your program and win and then move on, well, you have to feel good about that. You just have to have folks in charge in the leadership areas that have a Rolodex, and they've got their guys on that, and you got to bring in the next guy. Now, some programs are so solid that they go through coaches and they continue to win. And then there are some programs when they lose a coach that has been winning, and then they struggle to find a capable replacement, and then their program goes downhill. So
Temple's a good example of that, Jeff. We saw it over the years with all those great coaches. Now, Rod Carey still trying to find his footing there at Temple, but they had a great run of hires that kept them playing a high level of football.
Yeah, they really did, and that is surprising because Temple doesn't have a whole lot of infrastructure.
Yeah.
They get lost in Philadelphia, in a big pro sports town, and they don't have much of a following. But, somehow, some way, they were able to continue to hire really good coaches. And Matt Rule, of course, was one of those. And now look what he's doing with the Panthers. I know it's still very early in his career there, but he's obviously a very good coach. So they made some good decisions at Temple regarding coaches down through the years. So give them credit. And it's a tough thing to do, but they have been able to sustain some success. Programs like Temple and a lot of other programs like that around the country are ones in which it's tough to sustain success year in and year out, and they've done a pretty good job of that.
Let's take a time out. We will come back, circle back to East Carolina, Tulane, one more segment with Jeff Charles and Shirley. As we go to break, what do you want to do? Open up the phone lines?
I'm going to open up the phone lines. First person in, 317-1250.
First caller, 317-1250. Call now. Win a couple of tickets to see ECU take on Tulane. We're back with you on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate right after this.
Hey Pirates, this is Holt Nailers. A big part of my success on the field is what I eat at home. To keep my body filled up, I order meals off a Clean Eats meal plan. I choose the meals I want from 6 different meals offered each week, and I pick them up on Sunday or Monday at the cafe on Red Banks Road. Each meal is packed with the perfect mix of healthy proteins, carbs, and veggies to keep my engine running at full speed. Go to cleaneats.com, click on meal plans, or stop by the cafe and get all the info. Clean Eats and the Pirates, a winning combination.
In studio with Gloria from Kinetic Physical Therapy. Gloria, what is cryotherapy?
Cryotherapy is when your body is exposed to extremely cold but therapeutic temperatures for several minutes. It has many benefits, including decreased pain, decreased inflammation, increased energy, and improved overall wellness. That's why at Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness, we offer a wide variety of services, including cryotherapy. So whether you're an athlete or whether you just want to give your health a boost, cryotherapy will help to ensure that you're feeling great and living well. So come chill with us and you'll be back for more.
Have you been waiting to try CBD? ENS Hemp on Fire Tower Road in Greenville is the area leader in CBD. We want to educate you on how our products work with your endocannabinoid system. These products are all natural and non-addictive. ENS offers a variety of products to meet your needs. Tinctures, edibles, topicals, and even smokable items. Customer feedback indicates relief from stress, anxiety, fatigue, pain, and PTSD, just to name a few. ENS Hemp is located on Fire Tower Road. Also, check us out on our Instagram and Facebook pages.
I'm Michael Vaughn with East Coast Grading and Utilities. Many of you know my dad, David Vaughn, and his work in putting in subdivisions all over Pirate Nation. But East Coast Grading and Utilities is not just for those type of big jobs. We're here for the homeowners. Whether it's concrete, driveways, hauling rock, or sand, whatever you need, East Coast Grading and Utilities can get the job done. Call us at 252-531-7494 or check us out on Facebook at East Coast Grading and Utilities.
Hello, this is Michael McGraw from Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center of Greenville. We offer a variety of services including arthroscopic surgery, sports medicine, carpal tunnel and general orthopedics, fracture care, total joint replacement, physical therapy, and on-site MRIs. For experienced professional medical care, visit our office on W.H. Smith Boulevard in Greenville and online at orthoeast.com. Orthopedics East providing services to ECU and Pitt County Athletics for over 35 years. Go Pirates!
Come pop a top this ECU football season at Jarvis Street Bottle Shop. Jarvis Street Bottle Shop is a specialty shop selling craft, domestic, and import brews, along with wine and growlers. Hosting a tailgate? Stop by the shop and grab a keg for your party or event. The Bottle Shop offers monthly beer and wine tastings featuring rotating NC craft breweries, along with live music and discounts. Stop by the shop Tuesday through Sunday, or check them out on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook.
This is Big John Williams, strength and conditioning coach for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Well, welcome back. Did you miss a show on Pirate Radio? Listen to all of the Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud, or Spotify. Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives. And as we head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate clip, we had a little bit of confusion as we had the first caller in just heard call in now.
Classic radio listener.
And didn't realize that we were giving away 2 tickets to the game, could not make it to the game. So here's what we're going to do. First caller in right now, 317-1250. If you call me right now, you get 2 tickets to the game. Back to you, Clip.
All right. That is a classic radio move. You just hear call in now, you call, and you worry about what you're going to win later. And apparently that person did not need 2 tickets. So call right now, 317-1250, if you want to go check out ECU. And at Tulane, great weather day, great kickoff time, and hopefully a good game. The line has gone down from 4 to 3 points. So Tulane, a field goal favorite against East Carolina. They were able to come to Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium and knock off the Pirates last year by 17. And Jeff, a lot of familiar faces in this game on both sides, right? You've got, of course, the same coaching staffs, but also a lot of the same personnel as well.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Clip. Holton Ahlers will start today at quarterback for the Pirates. This is Holton's 30th start, by the way. And so he's a veteran performer. And then, of course, Tyler Snead. Here's the interesting note on Tyler today, Clip. With his first catch today, Tyler will move into 4th all-time in receptions at ECU, and he'll move past Jason Nichols. And Jason is on the staff with the Pirates. And we all remember all the catches that he made back in the day. Well, Tyler Snead, if he stays healthy and he stays around here, he's going to obliterate some of the receiving records, and he can move into 4th place all time.
Wow.
With his first catch today. That really sneaks up on you, doesn't it? But he's had that kind of a career. He's had 152 catches in his career.
Well, everything he does sneaks up on you, including going into that game. I don't remember the particular team it was against, Jeff, but I was at Dowdy Ficklen Stadium in the press box, and I've said this before, but they give you the giant card with the rosters on them, and he made a couple catches, and I'm looking up and down the roster, and he wasn't even listed on the roster that day that they hand out in the press box. So he snuck up on us then, and now he's sneaking up the record books. What a story he's been.
He has been a remarkable story. A walk-on, of course, from Millbrook High School in Raleigh, and what a great career he is having. But you're right, a lot of the same guys will be playing in this game that played last year, and the Pirates have the veteran linebacker and Bruce Bivens in his 27th start and Xavier Smith in his 27th start. They've seen a lot of the Tulane Green Wave down through the years, and Jaquan McMillan now has been out there, and he's battle-tested. He's having a great year. He's had 3 interceptions this year, 10 interceptions now in his career. And the guys up front are young, so they're still getting their feet wet. But offensively, you've got some guys who are veteran performers the Pirates are really going to have to lean on today. And then, Clip, how about the great year that John Young is having? The Ray Guy Punter of the Week. John Young has been terrific, and we talk about his average, which is really good. He's averaging 44.2 yards per punt, but I think even more impressive than that is that he has had 12 punts inside the 20-yard line this year, which has really flipped the field so oftentimes, and he has done a remarkable job. He's had 50-plus yard punts. He's had 6 50-plus yard punts this year as well. Out of 58-yarder, you might remember last week, and his hang time has been really good. It's over 4 seconds like each and every time, sometimes as much as like 4.5 seconds. So John Young truly is one of the best punters in the country, and then you flip the coin on the other side, and Tulane has a terrific punter too in Ryan Wright. In fact, he's number 1 in America in net punting. He's averaging 45.3 yards per punt. He's a big guy too. He's a big punter. He's 6'3", 245 pounds. He's like a tight end size, and he's having a remarkable year. So if you'd like to see a couple of great punters, today is your day with John Young and Ryan Wright for Tulane.
Charleston Southern had the ball, Jeff, with an opportunity to win that game last week, but good news for Pirate fans is John Young is on our side, pinned him inside the 5, made it really difficult for them to go down the field. So he has certainly been a weapon when this ECU offense has sputtered. He's been able to flip the field and put the defense in a good opportunity to succeed. He's done
he has. And I'll tell you what, Josiah Hatfield, give him credit on that one inside the 5, because Josiah was the first guy downfield and down that ball at the 3-yard line. So, that's important too. You got to have those gunners that get down there quickly, and Josiah is certainly one of the fastest guys on the team. Got to get him going now, catching the ball, because he didn't have any catches last week. But, Clip, it was good to see C.J. Johnson make that catch last week, the 60-yarder. Maybe that'll get C.J. untracked. He needs to be a big part of this offense, and he needs to catch the ball and score some touchdowns, I think, for this offense to get better. So we're looking for CJ to have a good year this year and have a good game today. So, it's the same cast of characters, and offensively the Pirates need to do a better job. And we've talked so much about how they've struggled on third down, and they're only 29% on third down conversions. And Mike Houston made a good comment earlier in the week. He said, well, the reason why we're so bad on third down is because we look up, it's 3rd and 8, it's 3rd and 9, and those are tough to pick up. He says, we've got to be better on 1st and 2nd down, which is true. It's a lot easier to convert 3rd and 3 than it is 3rd and 9. And so I know this week in practice, Clip, they have really emphasized getting more yards on 1st and 2nd down. We'll see if that pays off, because, again, the offense just has not been consistent this year, and it needs to get better. And I think that's what has a lot of us puzzled, especially after the SMU game last year when the offense was just terrific. And I think you and I talked about this before the season started a few weeks ago, that I just felt that this team was going to score a lot of points this year. I was really concerned about the defense, but I really thought, Pirates would go out there and average 33 to 35 points a game and have a chance to win some games if the defense could hang in there. Well, the offense has struggled. I don't think anyone is really happy with it. And the defense has played hard, but Clip, when you look up at the stats going into this game, East Carolina's defense is 127th in the nation out of 130 in total yards. They're giving up 498 yards per game, and they're also 127th out of 130 programs in passing defense. They're giving up 330 yards passing. Now, where they've done a pretty good job is they are keeping their opponents under 30 points a game. They're 29.8. They've done a really good job with the red zone defense, and I know they really emphasize that a lot. The opponents have been in the red zone 17 times, but have only had 9 touchdowns. So they're tightening up in the red zone and forcing field goals, which is good. So they've made a lot of emphasis on that this year, and they've done a pretty good job with that. But again, the game is played so much differently now, Clip, than it was a number of years ago. And teams are just going to score, and teams are going to score in this league because the offenses are just so good. I'm always joking with whoever is the defensive coordinator at ECU and saying, hey, you've got one of the toughest jobs in the country because every week you've got to go out and try and stop these offenses in this league, and they're all really, really good. And we're going to see another one today in Tulane.
Sometimes when you bring that up with them too, Jeff, it's a little uncomfortable because they still feel like I'm the defensive coordinator. We're going to allow 14 points a game and we're going to win games. Blake Harrell actually admitted, I think it was this past week, Jeff, where he kind of said, look, I don't like to talk about it or admit it, but the days of giving up less than 20 points a game or even 24 points a game are just about over in college football. So you got to keep up with the times. Also, and not making excuses, and the defense has to do their part, but Jeff, all those 3 and outs and indirectly, all the explosive plays ECU makes, because when they do score, they're on an 80-yard Mitchell run or a 60-yard CJ pass in like 2 plays and a minute 15. The defense is not getting much of a breather on the sideline in these games this year.
No, they're not, and that's why they're looking for more consistency with the offense. They're looking for those 12 and 13 play drives that take 7 minutes off the clock, and then you can keep your defense off the field just a little bit. But again, it's kind of been feast or famine with this offense this year, Clip, and you make a good point about that. But consistency has been an issue with this offense. Maybe today things will click just a little bit better. Let's certainly hope so against a Tulane defense, again, that's given up some points, and they're giving up some yards. I mean, they've been nothing to write home about, Tulane defensively. And, again, their stats are a little bit skewed because they gave up 61 to Ole Miss and then gave up 41 to Oklahoma. We know how good Lincoln Riley's offense always is. So you look at 2 of the most high-powered offenses in the country that Tulane has played against, and they're giving up 37 points a game coming into this game, and their stats are kind of like East Carolina's as far as giving up yardage. They've given up 455 yards per game, so they're nothing to write home about as far as their defense is concerned either. So maybe the Pirates can get on track today and put together some good drives. We can see this offense functioning just a little bit better, looking smoother out there, looking more diversified with both the pass and the run, and keep the ball away from Tulane's offense, because Tulane's going to score some points. Everybody's going to score points in college football, as you mentioned, and you want to try and keep Pratt and some of those good receivers and a couple good running backs off the field if you can.
Jeff Charles joining us will be on the call on the Pirates IMG Learfield Sports Network coming up at 3:30 from Dowdy Ficklin Stadium. And Jeff, we always appreciate you joining us on the Hour 1 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate for every home game. Next week, Pirates will be on the road, so we will give you a call live from the Bounce House down in Orlando, Jeff, and talk to you then.
Yeah, they call it the Bounce House now. Now, in past years, that was kind of like a nickname for the place, and now it is the official stadium is the Bounce House. And the reason why they say that, and we talk about it every time the Pirates go down there, it's an aluminum, basically, stadium. And I'm not lying when I talk about this, Clip. When they do start bouncing up and down, the press box sways. You can feel the bouncing going on.
Feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like an earthquake hitting Orlando or something. But it is the Bounce House now. I remember back in the day it was Bright House Network Stadium. Remember, and then I think it was Spectrum Stadium, and now it's the Bounce House. And I've really seen the following and the crowds increase tremendously UCF down through the years. I remember the first time the Pirates went down there and played the old Tangerine Bowl downtown in Orlando. And Clip, I'm not kidding you. I bet you there weren't 3,000 people there that day. And then now you can see, especially with their students, they have such a huge student enrollment. And those kids come out and they provide a great atmosphere. And so now, they're right there at 40,000 a game.
Go back to 2015, Jeff. How many people were there watching ECU beat UCF during their 0-12 season? I mean, it wasn't that long ago.
No, it wasn't.
Talking about an 0-12 team.
Yeah, it wasn't. So things can turn around, Pirate fans. They can turn around, and you just got to stay the course and be supportive with these coaches and with these players. It means more to them than you'll ever realize if they've got the support of the Pirate Nation behind them. And they're working hard. I can tell you that, Clip. I mean, these coaches burn the candles at both ends, and the players, if you could just see how hard they work week in and week out, they give it everything they've got. And so they deserve support, and I hope the Pirate fans come out in numbers today and support this team.
Jeff, appreciate it. Have a great call today, and we'll talk to you this upcoming week on Pirate Radio.
Sounds great. Thanks a lot, Clip.
Always fun to visit with the voice, Jeff Charles, hour one of the Bud Light pregame tailgate, and that hour has passed. We move along to hour two. Stephen Igo, Hoist the Colors, going to join us on the program, and Ronnie Woodward as well towards the tail end of this hour. His final regular appearance on the Bud Light pregame tailgate as he is hanging up the writer's pen and headed off into the sunset. So we'll talk to Ronnie Woodward, Stephen Igo, coming up in hour two of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Back with you after this. The best place for delicious food and great prices is Familia. Familia has something for everyone, like New York-style pizza, lasagna, chicken, veal, or eggplant parmesan, homemade meatballs, plus a variety of seafood selections and favorites, like the steak burger and southern pork chop. If you need food to go, Familia's drive-thru window is open and ready for all takeout orders. Familia, Fire Tower Road near Pitt Community College, and FamiliaNC.com.
Blue 42! Blue 42! Unlike football, life doesn't take a timeout, and anything can happen at any time. Unfortunately, anything isn't always a good thing. You need auto and life coverage, and agents there for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You need North Carolina Farm Bureau insurance. Timeout? Not even in our vocabulary.
Pirate fans, call Brian Coleman or CJ Messerly at 756-3007.
North Carolina Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance Company. Farm Bureau Insurance of North Carolina, Inc. Southern Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, Jackson, Mississippi. An independent licensee of the Blue Cross and Blue Shield Association.
Ahoy, mateys! It's Captain Jack Spare of R&R Tire Express. We're here to serve our pirate community by offering easy payments for easy ownership. For you landlubbers, R&R will install a new set of tires for just $20. $50 installs new custom wheels and tires. To learn more about R&R, stop by 3920 US 264 or rnrtires.com.
Be sure to check out David Price Construction for all of your commercial or custom residential renovation and building needs. Run by ECU alumni, David Price Construction specializes in commercial projects, maintenance on facilities, and large-scale residential renovations and additions. Proud to be voted the Remodeler of the Year by the Home Builders Association of Raleigh-Wake County in 2018 and Best Business Commercial Remodel Project winner for 2020. David Price Construction, the proud ECU Home Services partner.
Eastern North Carolina's choice for window tinting, signs, graphics, wraps, graphic design, and more is Signs and Tint. Signs and Tint is family owned and operated right here in Greenville, and their NC licensed electricians specialize in vehicle wraps, paint protection film, and more. They can even do building signs for your business. Signs and Tint offers 10% off for military and first responders. Also, make sure to mention Pirate Radio at checkout for a discount. Stop by their office today at 801 Staten Road or visit them online at signsandtint.com.
Pirate Nation, the newest sports bar, is Quarters Bar and Grill, offering gourmet burgers, hot dogs, and wings with unique flavors Greenville has never seen. Pirates like to drink too. Quarters Bar and Grill offers a selection of 10 beers on tap and over 50 different craft beers. Come check us out at Quarters Bar and Grill, open Wednesday to Sunday, 11 to 11, located at the shopping center next to Krispy Kreme. Check us out on Facebook and Instagram and be on the lookout for Quarters Cash hidden around downtown Greenville. Quarters Bar and Grill, the plunder never tasted so good.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, quite a few games underway. Georgia already has a 7-0 lead over number 8 Arkansas. Charlotte leads Illinois 7-3. North Carolina and Duke are underway, no score as of yet. Memphis has a 3-0 lead over Temple. Michigan and Wisconsin are halfway through the first quarter, no score. Minnesota leads Purdue 7-3. It's Pittsburgh 14, Georgia Tech 7. Tennessee has a 7-3 lead over Missouri, and TCU leads Texas 7-3 midway through the first quarter. And that is a look at your scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall, as your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates. They are open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night, and now during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Ross.
All right, hour 2 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We got all of our errors out of the way in hour 1. We're ready to go.
I think so.
We'll have plenty more errors coming up on this program for sure, as we are with you until 3:30, taking you up to the ECU Tulane kickoff on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. As we take a quick look at the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, Georgia has a 7-0 lead, and they are at the 1-yard line, about to make it 13-0, as they are taking it to Arkansas right now. The Razorbacks 4-0 with wins over Texas, a blowout win over Texas, a convincing win over Texas A&M. But Georgia, we might have to put them in that elite level with Alabama right now. Stephen Igo joining us in the Pirate Radio studios, and Igo, Bama with a big one today against Ole Miss. Great day of college football, including East Carolina Tulane.
Indeed. Always good when we reach that middle of the season mark and you kind of figure out what teams really are. And I think we'll figure out a lot more about ECU today. And everybody knows this is a big game for several reasons. Chance to win 3 in a row, chance to start 1-0 in conference play, chance to really potentially set yourself up for a realistic path to a bowl game. So, yeah, looking forward to today. I think ECU will play some inspired football. I think Tulane will play inspired football because really I feel like this is a desperate situation really for both teams. I mean, if Tulane falls to 1-4, they have a very tough, non-realistic path to a bowl game, whereas ECU then goes to UCF and Houston, and that's going to be a challenge.
See Houston last night?
See Tulsa last night? I mean, that was and Houston looked really good, don't get me wrong, but Tulsa, I mean, they looked horrific. They were just dropping the snap and throwing terrible picks. I mean, it was...
Were they like the one team that lost everybody in the COVID year? Like everybody got players back.
They brought a lot of guys back, but they lost that Zaven Collins kid, and they lost their quarterback. And I watched the guy playing quarterback for them last year fill in for Zach Smith, their former quarterback, and he looked really good. And last night he looked bad, and they've lost to UC Davis. So they've really struggled and have seemingly fallen off, which they've been kind of up and down throughout Philip Montgomery's tenure there.
Yeah, and unfortunately not on ECU's schedule in 2021.
Right, that's how it always works out, right? You know, you switch them out for Houston, which has been down the last few years, and all of a sudden they're good, and now they're back on the schedule.
Yeah, Dana Holgerson's guys looking pretty good. Their only loss this year coming to Texas Tech early in the season, so they have figured some things out. All right, I go big ball game today. That's not according to me or Mark Lindsay. That's according to Mike Houston. He said it twice in one line, in one sentence earlier this week. And Pirates and Green Wave, you and Ronnie call it every year. It's the pivotal game each and every season for ECU, and it is right there for the taking today. And your season could go one of two ways at 6 o'clock tonight, 6:30, 7 o'clock tonight, depending on what happens after this game. So absolutely crucial. We don't do the edge anymore, Igo, but I think we should. Where does ECU have the edge today? Let's start.
Edge.
Oh, we're gonna play a new game too.
Right.
We'll do this on Pirate Radio Live, where I'm gonna show you a wrestler, and you have to tell me if it's edge or not.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna show Mike Houston one Like, I'm going to pull up this picture of Steve Austin and show Mike Houston. Coach Houston, is this edge?
Well, that ain't edge.
All right, that is correct. So we'll see who does better. We'll do that next week.
I love it.
How about ECU's offense versus Tulane's defense? Who's got the edge?
I couldn't tell you, to be quite honest, because I don't know what ECU offense is going to show up. I mean, do we get the second quarter Charleston Southern offense, the fourth quarter Marshall offense, or do we get the offense we've seen the rest of the year?
If you go by those numbers, you got to go by the rest of the year. I mean, I know it's helter-skelter, but I don't know. I don't have much confidence, and why would I, that ECU is going to put together a full offensive game?
Last year, Tulane held ECU to 35 net rushing yards on 21 carries. It was probably the worst rushing performance of the year. I don't know if there was. The Georgia State game is pretty bad, too. But you got to be able to run the ball somewhat. You know, with the way they play defense, they are giving up 180 yards on the ground per game this year. Again, they've played a couple of really good offenses. But historically, under Willie Fritz, their goal is to take away the run. And they play a lot of man coverage. They love to leave their cornerbacks on the island at times. They brought in their old DBs coach to be the defensive coordinator this year. So there are some plays to be made in the passing game. The problem is ECU receivers and the passing game as a whole have just struggled to click this year. You know, we just have not seen guys get consistent separation, so that worries me. Now, to me, this is a game for Josiah Hatfield, of course, C.J. Johnson, but even C.J., as big and physical as he is, to me, he just does not look as explosive as what we saw his freshman year. He's not getting consistent separation. Even when he's making catches, for the most part, he's got guys all over him. So I don't know if you have to go to Josiah more, even to try Audie more, who's good against press coverage, according to the coaching staff. But they have to figure out a way to hit some plays in the passing game early, I think, to open up the run. I don't know if this is going to be a game where you can establish the run and then go with the passing game off that. It might have to be the reverse.
Pass to open up the run, the option today for East Carolina. Fast start's always important, Stephen, but East Carolina had scored a touchdown first in their first 3 games last week against Charleston Southern, the first time the opponent scored the first touchdown. Of course, they scored the first 2 before ECU was able to bounce back in the second quarter. That's important today for ECU side, but also Tulane has had a knack for slow starts this year. So if that trend continues, maybe East Carolina can get a lead and play from there and see how they can play with a lead and try to hold that lead.
Very interested to see whichever team wins the toss, if they're going offense or defense. ECU went offense. They've won the toss all 4 games. They went offense first the first 2 games, and then they went defense the last 2 games. So,
being that they've won the last 2 games, do they stick with that, or do they say we need to get out to a fast start? Let's get the ball. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I mean, you look at it, ECU has not been able to take that first possession of the second half and capitalize on it the last few weeks. So that's been a little bit of a disappointment. So if you do that, you really want to, we talk about our coach and the coaching staff talks about winning the middle 8 a lot. Mm-hmm. ECU at times has won the last 4 minutes of the first half, not against South Carolina, obviously, but against Marshall they did, and against Charleston Southern they did.
Yeah.
So, but then they have not been able to build on that coming out of the locker room. They've had some decent drives. They had a good drive going against Marshall, got stopped on 4th down, and I think they maybe went 3 and out against Charleston Southern. So if they do defer, you would like to see them win that third quarter. You talk about the first quarter. The third quarter has been a major issue for both teams. Yep. Like, both teams have just been pretty horrific in the third quarter. So, we do talk about, and I even had getting off to a fast start as one of my keys to an ECU victory, but I think the third quarter is going to end up being more important. I do expect this to be a pretty competitive game, and I think that third quarter will set the tone for a lot of ways.
Stephen Igo, Hoist the Colors, joining us. Let's take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll have more ECU Tulane talk. We'll talk Pirates defense. And the numbers aren't great on the UB stat sheet for the ECU defense. Part of that is the positions the offense have put them in, but that side of the ball has got to play better. We'll talk about Michael Pratt, that Tulane offense matching up with the Pirates defense when we return on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Thanks to Bagel Man for the awesome pregame meal. Hooked us up with some breakfast bagels. You can check them out on Fire Tower Road. They got deli sandwiches and all the types of bagels you want at Bagel Man, and they gave us a fantastic pregame spread here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We'll be back with more when we return after this.
Why do I run? Is it because I'm driven? Because I love the challenge? God, no. I do it for the beer. If you're the kind of runner who does it for the beer, this summer you can get one on us with the Michelob Ultra Beer Run. Grab your run buddies and get out there, because this summer there's beer at the finish line. Sign up at ultrabeerrun.com and trade your miles for beer.
Chico's Mexican Restaurant is the home of the best margaritas. Grab your amigos and head to Chico's every Tuesday for the Gulp of Mexico, a huge 46-ounce lime margarita for only $6.99. On Thursdays, relax and enjoy half-price pitchers of Chico's house margaritas. Choose from lime, strawberry, blood orange, raspberry, or peach. For Mexican food and fun, it's got to be Chico's Mexican Restaurant in downtown Greenville and online at chicosrestaurant.com. Chico's, where the fiesta never ends.
Hey Pirate fans, your one-stop shop for all your tailgate essentials is Shimmer Boutique. Need some purple and gold to wear? Shimmer has a great selection of clothing for men, women, and children. Need some shoes? Shimmer has the best selection of Hey Dudes around. Need a cooler for tailgating? Shimmer has you covered with a huge selection of Yeti and outdoor accessories. Shimmer, just 1 minute from the stadium on Greenville Boulevard behind Starbucks and in Winterville and Jacksonville. Find us online at shimmerboutiqueonline.com. Go Pirates!
Tommy's Express Car Wash is the car wash Greenville is talking about. At the corner of Red Banks Road and Greenville Boulevard, this state-of-the-art wash will keep your car looking great. And now Tommy's has just launched its new 2.0 Tommy's Express app. And anyone who downloads the app now will receive 30 free days of washing with their top-of-the-line wash, the Works Wash. Download the Tommy's Express app now by going to your app store or visit them on location, open 7 days a week at the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Red Banks Road.
I'm on site at the Gavigan Agency, and you guys have been taking care of my home and auto insurance for years, but I've been noticing that's not all you do.
First and foremost, Brian, thank you for trusting us to help you and your family with your insurance needs. And you're exactly right. We offer a full host of insurance products to help protect our customers' personal and business insurance needs. Let me introduce you to Nathan Brannon, our commercial insurance specialist, and he can tell you about some of the other products we offer.
Great to talk with you, Brian. As John mentioned, I specialize in offering general liability, commercial property, business auto, and workers' compensation insurance to independent contractors, small business owners, and larger commercial customers throughout Eastern North Carolina. As a graduate of East Carolina University, I am passionate about taking care of my fellow Pirates.
Wow, sounds like the Gavigan Agency can provide you just about any coverage a business owner might need. So give the Gavigan Agency a call today for any of your personal or business insurance needs and let them show you the benefits of doing business with someone who cares.
On Saturdays, your team needs you, your sofa needs you, and you need a Jersey Mike's sub. Get it all with free Saturday delivery when you order through the Jersey Mike's app. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. This Saturday, while you watch the game at home, we're watching the grill at Jersey Mike's. Order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays, unless you're going to miss hearing this. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey everybody, this is David Glenn, and you're listening to my favorite station in Eastern North Carolina, Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV and subscribe today. You can watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 until 6. And, of course, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter on game days. Just go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and click on the subscribe button. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
Back with you on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, and Georgia is taking it to Arkansas. Arkansas 4-0, some big wins against Texas A&M, but Georgia a different beast. And they just scored on, I believe, special teams, because Arkansas just had the ball a moment ago. We'll get an update in a moment, but 20-0, about to be 21-0 on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. We got a new entry into the Pirate Radio studios. Our old friend Ronnie Woodward from the Daily Reflector And I will be saying those words for the last time because Ronnie is headed off to a new journey in life. And this will be his final game he covers at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium as a member of the Daily Reflector. And Ronnie, welcome in.
What's up?
This is not goodbye for us permanently, but this is your last regular pregame appearance on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. You've been on many of these throughout the years. We appreciate them all, and great to see you today. How you doing?
I'm good.
How's the feeling?
It's up and down. It's up and down. If you had the over-under 8 a.m. on tiers, the under hit.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
And
then I got it together, and then I get excited, and then I got in the car on the way here. I was like, oh, man. So it's up and down. I'll be all right. But I do appreciate Pirate Radio, I will say. Obviously, I wrote my column for The Reflector this morning, and I want to shout out Pirate Radio as well. Y'all have meant a lot to me in many ways, giving me this platform to learn and get comfortable on the air and on YouTube and all that good stuff that I can hopefully use at the next gig.
All right. And
I held it together. That was good.
I was expecting a breakdown.
I was good. I kind of looked at the TV because I didn't want to look at YouTube especially, so I'm good. We're getting there.
Goodbyes are tough. Change is tough.
It is, and I hate change.
Yeah.
Like, Sarah already wants to move, and I'm like, no.
Wait, no, wait. One thing at a time here.
Yeah, and I'm like,
you
I
haven't
don't
even
want to
started
move.
your new job yet.
Like, not like cities, but just like, let's move a house. Like, why would we do that? I'm good with where
We're
I'm
in a
at.
perfectly fine house.
Like, it's going to be a challenge on me personally on that front.
This could be the start of like a new lifestyle for Ronnie. Everything just changes on a
do
whim.
it all at once.
Yeah, who knows?
Oh, man.
All right, great column. Check it out at Ronnie W11 on Twitter.
That hair
He's got a
game,
link
though.
there. Yeah,
The hair game was good.
Well, you showed me that Thursday when you were here, and I was like, "So what am I looking at? Like, where are you in this
That's
picture?"
me.
And it was
rocking his Tommy Hilfiger,
Tommy Jeans T-shirt. That was
Harry Ronda.
Yeah, I liked it.
Good stuff.
All right, thanks, guys.
And you can read that on the pages of the Daily Reflector online, reflector.com. And a lot of shout outs to your buddy Igo.
Yeah.
What's it like for you, Steven, losing a running mate in the sports journalism? The
fullback running back.
It definitely hit me reading the column. Like, I mean, obviously we've talked about it for a while now, what it would be like without him there. But it's going to be boring, I think, to an extent, without him in the press box, especially the baseball games. Like, I mean, football is like one thing.
Yeah.
Basketball, I'm not even going to go there, but like we're stuck in the rafters. Like, are we really even there is the real question. But no, like baseball, like being there every game is going to be different. Basically, not having somebody to bounce stuff off of is going to be weird. But we'll still talk, obviously still stay in touch. And I'm sure I'll be texting him throughout the game. So he'll probably be at the Mum Fest, whatever
next week
situations. So
it's a
like,
night game though, so I think I'll be able to watch next week's game.
Yeah, so we'll see if he can keep track a decent amount to help. But not happy for him for the most part. I mean, that's the main thing I care about him personally. So we'll figure it out, and I'm sure, I'll just start talking to Al Myatt more. I don't know.
No, it's not going to really fully hit me until February when ECU baseball rolls around.
Yeah.
And I come in here the following week after a series and look around, and nobody's in studio to talk to about. And I'll say, "Where's Ronnie?"
I think the Reflector will have somebody in by then.
Yeah,
so good.
I'm not talking to the new person. I say that every time.
You say that he'll be in here his first week on the job.
I'll help out. Yeah, I'll usher him your way.
All right.
Him or her.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah, we'll be good.
All right, Ronnie, what a game to wrap it up with. You famously said Tulane was unathletic last year. And
were those his exact words?
I don't know. Yeah,
I think it was just not very
grown
talented
since then.
or something like that.
Yeah.
No, you're wrong. I don't know why you're sticking up for him. He said they're not athletic. I remember because we hit it time and time again.
I just remember, was it Cameron who called in and said, "This is all Ronnie Woodward's fault"?
We had multiple callers on the fifth quarter blaming Ronnie for ECU losing to Tulane last year. It was awesome. But no, they got a good quarterback. We know that much, Ronnie. And I still think they have a good team. Yeah. We kind of just haven't seen it this year with the schedule they played and for other reasons, I guess.
One person they don't have, not to put my foot in my mouth again 2 years in a row, is, and I think Steven will back me up, and I think I even said last year as part of that sentence, number 7 on defense, Johnson, was it Patrick Johnson?
Oh, yeah.
Was a hoss, man. I said that. Like, they got this really good defensive end, NFL defensive end. I just kind of said, I didn't know about the rest of their skill guys. They don't have that guy, and now we know that Michael Pratt, number 7 on offense, is good, which I don't think many people knew at this point last year. So it's a similar team, but I think up front, defensive line-wise, not having him is a difference. But, I think Willie Fritz is a really good coach, and Steven said it on the way I was driving in. I listened to it. I mean, this is a huge game for both teams. There's no doubt. And I think, there's Blake Harrell. We always say, Clip, we've talked about the coordinators tell us the most. And when Blake Harrell said they've circled this game in Georgia State as like wanting to have back, that is telling to me. So, I think ECU is going to be super motivated. They're locked in, and not that Tulane isn't, but I think it's going to be a much better game than last year.
Well, if ECU is super motivated and logged in this week, that would be a change from last week because the players in the Players Lounge Monday pretty much admitted that everybody didn't buy in and take Charleston Southern seriously last week, which, again, we've discussed it with you guys. It's great that they can admit that, but kind of tough to hear for a football team that's trying to get to a bowl game for the first time since 2014. You can't take anybody lightly. Maybe that was a lesson learned last week.
I definitely think, that was the flattest, that first quarter was the flattest ECU team I've seen in a long time. And, I really believe that the less success you had, the tougher it is to have success and, be able to handle it. And I feel like...
It's a bit Trent Dilferish there.
But, if you haven't had any success, how can you handle it?
You got it.
You finally have this historic comeback win.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, what a great win. They should beat Charleston Southern. And the kids, they listen to all that stuff. The coaches listen to all that stuff, no matter what they might not, or what they say.
That's why I kept bringing them up to the players that followed Monday. Got to be tough to handle success and move on, right? But you guys are going to do that, right?
You are. Well, they're always going to say yes, but in the back of their mind, they're like, we're going to kill Charleston Southern. Like, Rajay Harris probably played high school against all those kids in South Carolina and felt like he was that much better than them, and he goes down the line. By the way, in terms of motivation, I just had to bring this up. September 25th, 2027, Georgia State rolls to Greenville. So
there you go.
Big
Blake Harrell has that one circled too, right?
Will Blake Harrell be anywhere near East Carolina in 2027?
No.
I just had a thought too. I'm going to blame UConn for the way ECU played.
I thought you were going to say I'm going to blame you.
I did too.
No, UConn, because the schedule this year there was no UConn. So no, it kind of makes sense. This was Georgia's
one more weird Rondoism before he gets out of here.
Charleston Southern was the one game that everybody in February or whatever, fan, player, coach, whatever it is, okay, that's a win.
Yeah,
it wasn't you got UConn and an FCS game. Mike Houston's first year there was 2 FCS games and a UConn. This was literally 1 out of 12 where it was all right, that's a win. Where are the other 5? And nobody said all right, I don't know if they can get that one. That's the one win. That's tough to shake off, as we've talked about.
6 months of knowing you're going to beat a team,
and that's the only one. Yeah. It's not like there was the UConn or the whatever. That was the 1 week that nobody really cared about.
And we've watched and covered enough sports to know that motivation plays such a big role in sports and mindset. You have to go out there and execute physically, but I feel like the mindset, how you approach things mentally, is more important than even the physical aspect of sports, especially football. I feel like motivation, you talk about all the time with the NFL, the bounce back factor, the revenge factor, division rivals, even if the Washington football team sucks, they're going to play the Cowboys tough because it's a mindset thing, really. And I really think last week was a mindset problem for a young team that doesn't know how to handle success, and I think it could help ECU today in terms of they're going to be locked in all week at practice, along with the Tulane motivation talk. I just think ECU is going to play its best today, or close to it. At least I think they'll be there mentally. We'll see if they can match it physically.
Well, Mike Houston went there during his chat with you guys on Wednesday, right? Somebody asked the I don't know what the question was, the most important thing for this week, but he said our guys to be mentally ready. That's exactly what his answer was. It was a long answer. As Xavier Smith talks about that a lot too, like not just last week, but he talks about sometimes like getting away from football and having a good mental mind state away from the game, and when it comes to football, having a good mental mind state. So I don't know, but it's important. I go.
Do you have
what happens today?
Do you have to like 24 hours envision yourself going through the pregame radio show and think about everything you're going to say?
I probably should, and that's why I fumbled several times during hour one. Wow. Because I was not mentally prepared for this show.
So you had a Charleston Southern-esque start.
I took the show a little lightly. Good kickoff time.
That's not a good omen, right, for ECU?
Well, I don't know. I've had some awesome shows over the last few years, and they've sucked.
That is very true.
So I don't think it has anything to do with me. Let's take a timeout. We'll come back more with Stephen Igo, Ronnie Woodward in the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We'll enjoy some Bagel Man. Got some great breakfast bagels delivered today, thanks to their delivery driver, Jenny. And hooked us up with some sausage, egg, and cheese, some bacon, egg, and cheese. Check out Bagel Man on Fire Tower Road. Some great lunch bagels as well. We'll be back with you on the Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
While you're sleeping, our whole hogs are slow cooking over wood to create that bite that Eastern North Carolina is known for. I'm Sam Jones, and for more than 3 generations, my folks have been the torchbearers for what whole hog barbecue is supposed to be. At Sam Jones, you'll find plenty of smoke, but no mirrors. Everything, and I mean everything, is made fresh daily, including our sides, sweets, and sauces. Come on over and see us at Sam Jones Barbecue, and I bet you'll be able to taste our passion in just one bite. Sam Jones Barbecue, Fire Tower Road.
There's no better time to drive away with a quality pre-owned car, truck, or SUV from Greenville Auto World. Greenville Auto World is your authorized rough country dealer. We specialize in lift and leveling kits along with custom wheel packages. Whether you're looking for ground clearance or enhancing the appearance of your vehicle, trust our team for your off-road experience. Greenville Auto World, 3840 South Charles Boulevard across from Hardee's at Bell's Fork, or online at greenvilleautoworld.net.
We paid how much for those lessons?
Shh, she's doing great.
Oh yeah, totally. Can you pass me a Pepsi Zero Sugar? Great job, honey! Oh, look at that. That's not the end.
No way. Now it's time for the encore.
You know what? You're right. 5 times? Not enough times.
For everyone who traded in rock concerts for their kids' recitals, you've compromised enough. Pepsi Zero Sugar. That's what I like.
Here is your ice-cold Pepsi Zero Sugar, sir.
Oh, thanks.
Wanna watch the game? Ooh, little sports ball on a Sunday afternoon. Don't mind if I do. Hey, did we win? It sounds like we won.
It's still the first quarter.
I must be lucky. People say that about me. Tough break on that free throw there. Shouldn't be doing that.
Dude, we're watching football. Come on.
For everyone who spent the entire game explaining the entire game, you've compromised enough. Pepsi Zero Sugar. That's what I like.
The convenience of Pitt Greenville Airport is waiting just outside your front door. Service is back, so you're connected to destinations worldwide through flights from American Airlines. Plan your next trip. Book your flights today at flypgv.com or aa.com.
Are you starting to plan your holiday travel for this year? Book today on American Airlines at PGV and enjoy the friendly convenience of flying from your local airport. American Airlines and PGV. Book today at aa.com. PGV, where the Pirates fly.
Pirate fans, get ready for a winning season and team up with Quality Equipment, your local John Deere dealer and proud sponsor of the ECU Pirates. When you do business with us, you'll get things done right. We're proud to offer a large selection of new and used John Deere equipment, a fully stocked parts department, and a highly trained staff who is here to support you throughout the life of your equipment. So get quality done right before every ECU game day and visit qualityequip.com.
This is Coach Steve Shankweiler, offensive line coach for East Carolina University football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, let's get you updated on the Georgia-Arkansas game. Georgia now up 21-0 over Arkansas after they blocked a punt in the end zone and recovered it, so they now lead at 21-0. Charlotte leads Illinois 7-3. North Carolina has a 14-0 lead over Duke. Memphis all over Temple in the first half. 17-0 is that score. Michigan leads Wisconsin 10-0. Purdue leads Minnesota 10-7. It is Pittsburgh 21, Georgia Tech 7. Tennessee explodes for 28 points in the first quarter. They lead Missouri 28-3 in the start of the second quarter. It is Texas trailing TCU 14-13, and Louisville has put a touchdown on the board. They lead Wake Forest 7-3. And that is a look at your scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night, and now during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for the updated schedule, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Baron.
All right, thank you, Shirley Rhodes. Wake Forest moves fast. They just scored, so they lead Louisville now with the PAT 10-7. So we'll keep you up to date on everything going on across the country on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, the Buck. Michigan with a 10-0 lead. I just flipped it over to this game because the Georgia game is already over. How about Tennessee? What did you say? 28 first quarter points?
Yeah, 28 points in the first quarter.
All right, big start for Rocky Top. We got Stephen Igo. We got Ronnie Woodward joining us one last time, the Bud Light pregame tailgate in his official capacity. Ronnie, you want to do some best ofs?
Okay.
What's your what's your best road venue for football you've been to?
Oh man, Virginia Tech, easily.
Just atmosphere wise?
Yeah, yeah, I think I've been there twice. I'm tempted to say Tulane, but
Superdome? Or
no, just New Orleans.
Just we had an
well,
epic,
that's different. That's a different category.
Yeah,
that's like favorite road city to travel to.
Exactly. We're talking like stadium. Yeah, Virginia Tech.
So not El Paso?
No, I don't think I ever went to a UTEP game.
Oh, I was thinking about Lubbock for the baseball.
Oh, yeah.
That was what I was thinking
It was
of.
a fun atmosphere, but
I should have worked that into the column.
good steaks.
When I was on the radio,
The cleaning lady?
the cleaning lady was trying to come
Oh,
in.
yeah.
Like Steven was out like at the gym, like working out. Like there's chaos going on. Somebody else was like knocking on the door, like asking like really weird question. Like, I don't know, just, yeah.
I came back and Ronnie was definitely freaked out. He was like,
on the radio the whole time.
Yeah,
It was
a
really-
true professional. that
We
Ronnie
didn't stay
was.
at the best hotel that weekend.
How much IGO are you following conference realignment? Kind of, I don't know if it's difficult to do in season, but I'm just kind of ignoring it because I don't think it's any good news for East Carolina. So, how much are you keeping up with it?
I honestly started to look into it when all the reports came out with the Air Force and Colorado State thing, and I just kind of assumed that was going to go down. And I talked to some people at ECU when I was at basketball practice the other day, and they were like, well, nothing's official yet, just talks. And then like 3 hours later, then the report came out they were staying. So I don't know. I mean, it makes sense from their point of view. Like, why would I think the Mountain West schools are making $4 or $5 million a year off the TV deal? They would get $7 million with the American, maybe, if everything stayed the same, but then they would travel more. So is $2 million really worth it, or $3 million really worth it? I don't know. It's just, and for ECU, is like, what good does it do to add Air Force in Colorado State? Now the problem is, who is the American going to add in their place? I mean, there's really very few great options that benefit ECU, and very few great options that benefit the conference as a whole. I mean, there's just slim pickings. And now you have the Mountain West threatening to potentially expand. And if that happens, they may go after SMU and Tulsa.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
It's really, I think there's good, like App State, Marshall, UAB, Louisiana Tech, FAU.
I would like the regional games.
Yeah, I would like that too.
I think there's a lot of teams in the Southeast
What difference would that be? Do you have any idea financially if you add those up as opposed to a Colorado State and Air Force?
The Air Force probably would have been a big deal just because, it's another service
Boise,
academy.
obviously.
Yeah, if you could have gotten those schools, you could have held your ground in terms of what you're being paid and maybe even increase it with Boise coming in. But without really a marquee addition, I don't know if ESPN's going to want to keep paying you that much money for if you replace UCF with App State or replace Houston with Louisiana Tech. And if you're SMU and Memphis, are you really that fired up about ECU or the conference adding App State or Marshall? It benefits ECU potentially in terms of regional rivalries, but you still got the rest of the league to think about. The American wants to appease SMU and Memphis before they appease ECU.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe they add Middle Tennessee because Memphis or something like that. I don't know.
Conference USA 3.0.
Yeah, I think that's what that's what's ultimately going to be. But UAB, I think, makes a lot of sense. You have Tulane there. They're still in that southern near Texas.
Feels like we're destined to be with UAB.
Somebody brought up a good point on Hoist the Colors. They were like, UAB and UTSA should both rebrand themselves as Birmingham and San Antonio. Kind of like Memphis.
San Antonio University sounds pretty legit.
So much better, Memphis and Houston, sounds so much better than that's UH or UM or something like that,
That team that ECU plays in basketball every year, it's UTRGV, and I have to Google every time. It's Rio. Now I know
just saw them play volleyball in Minges against ECU.
But they never write it out. It's who
UTRGV.
knows what UTRGV is? Like an airport or something.
Yeah, it's
why would you do that?
Yeah, why are you going to have 5?
I literally showed the Minges, I think 2 years ago, not knowing who the other team was.
It's a very small change, but even Charlotte sounds better than UNC Charlotte.
100%. They've helped out themselves by rebranding, and UCF, now that it's stuck and they've landed their brand, is so much better than Central Florida, really.
UCF's like a TCU now.
Yep, 100%.
Nobody says Texas Christian. Nobody says Southern Methodist. So
they can pull it off. But it takes time and a lot of winning to be able to pull that off.
Yeah.
Not UTRGV.
and here we are at ECU, still with an identity crisis with East Carolina and ECU. We've tried to go.
Oh, we're Eastern Carolina forever.
We've tried to go to ECU, and then fans didn't like that. I don't know. I was fine when the ECU made the ECU initiative, but when they started to say don't call us East Carolina, it just got really dumb.
I know that was the one bullet point.
I don't think TCU's out there saying don't call us Texas Christian. It's just nobody calls them that.
Yeah. All right, there you go. Clip Brock, Stephen Igo, Ronnie Woodward in the Pirate Radio studios. Pirates and Green Wave today at 3:30 in a critical game. Igo, let's talk Pirates defense. How much of the blame goes to the offense for the defensive struggles?
A good amount.
What?
A good amount.
A good amount? Okay.
So the other day, ECU's defense only gave up 4.5 yards per play, which is actually pretty decent.
Last week?
Yeah, Charleston Southern.
Wow.
ECU's offense had, I think, 5.5 yards per play. They averaged more because of the explosive plays, but the inability to sustain drives. And yes, the defense is at fault. Don't get me wrong. But Mike Houston is all about playing complementary football, and when your offense either goes 3 and out or scores a 70-yard touchdown, the fact that ECU was on the field for 107 defensive plays versus 55 offensive plays for the offense is, you can't win a game more times than not when you're doubled up in plays. So
Blake Harrell said something too that he'd been at option schools, right? Mm-hmm. Where he would. They were on the field for, I think he said, over 100 plays last week, and there were games where he'd be on the field for 40 plays in some games when he was there. You can't just say it's all the offense's fault. The defense has to play better, do their job, but it's definitely a factor, and Igo just said there's a good deal of it. The blame goes to the offense.
And I think if you look at depth, if you kind of rank where does ECU have depth, linebackers and defensive line are somewhere in that bottom third, if not bottom. They have some secondary guys they can kind of rotate in, but up front, I think especially at linebacker, I probably agree. They don't want to play a ton of different linebackers that they trust. So if guys are getting worn down, that's not a good recipe either.
Aaron Ramseur seems like he's getting closer to 100%. How much do you think we see him today, Steven?
I'm to the point where I'm playing Aaron Ramseur. I mean, the dude just makes plays, and I get it. He might bust every now and then, but he played 5 snaps the other night, and he had 3 tackles and like 3 open field tackles.
One particular drive, they were in the red zone, I want to say. He had every tackle.
He came in for that one series, and he like basically almost, I can't remember if they scored. I think they did end up scoring. But he almost kept them out of the end zone single-handedly. So to me, like, you watch ECU's linebackers, nobody has the ability to just explode, fire off, and tackle the ball carrier the way Aaron Ramseur does. And they've struggled at inside linebacker according to the Pro Football Focus numbers and just by the eye test. I think they've struggled with consistently in terms of fitting gaps and tackling. And I know Aaron in the past has had some injury concerns, and like the other thing was, he doesn't always execute 100% the defensive scheme, but he's almost just one of those guys. You go turn him loose, and he just makes plays, and he finishes the games. The games he's played full games, he's making like 15 tackles because he's just a tackle machine. So they got to find a way to just get him on the field. I think at this point, the defense is not like they're playing lights out without him, so I would try at some point something differently.
All right, Steve and I go. Ronnie Woodward here. We'll take a timeout. One more segment with these gentlemen. Johnny Gardner on Facebook Live, our basketball guy, says, good luck to Ronnie and his future endeavors. Have always enjoyed his work and coverage of Pirate athletics. His dad covered the Mudcats during my time there.
Yeah.
So Johnny goes back to 2 Woodwards.
That's awesome. Thanks.
Yep.
That picture might have been from a Mudcats press box.
Could have been.
When I was a kid.
Could have been.
Following him around.
All right, we'll take a timeout, come back more with Ronnie Woodward and Stephen Igo. We'll get their final thoughts on ECU Tulane when we return after this.
Other food delivery apps charge surprise fees, but Domino's is giving away $50 million worth of surprise frees, like free pizza, lava cakes, or cheesy bread when you order delivery online. And we found some unique ways to get the word out.
Like shouting from the rooftop! Free cheesy!
Screaming it! We even called Paul Revere.
Free lava cakes are coming!
Order delivery online and you could get a surprise free from Domino's. No purchase necessary. Open U.S. residents 13 and up through 11/21/21. Odds of winning are 1 in 14. See rules at surprisefrees.domino's.com for free entry, blackout dates, restrictions, and details.
Hey Pirate Nation, be sure you have the best comfortable shoes this tailgate season with a stop at Fleet Feet. This is ECU alum Chris Lunyon, owner of Fleet Feet of Greenville, and we provide solutions through one-on-one service to runners, walkers, and everyone in between. Fleet Feet has the tools and technology to get you on the right shoe, including a 3D foot scanner that measures arch height, width, and more. Come visit us on Greenville Boulevard in the public shopping center right near the stadium. Be sure to run with us on Facebook and Instagram. Fleet Feet, we run for you. Go Pirates!
This is Martin Truex Jr., and as a NASCAR Cup Series champion, I love one-stop shopping. When I need fresh tires or fuel during a race, my pit crew takes care of everything. Off the track, I have an auto owner's independent agent. They handle all my insurance in one place: car, home, life, and business. Get your own pit crew and find a local agency with auto owner's insurance.
This is Brian Smith with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
At West Park Motor Company, customer satisfaction is the #1 goal while offering a wide range of cars, trucks, and SUVs at very competitive prices. Shop online at westparkmotorcompany.com right now to get started. Looking to sell your vehicle? Call West Park for a free appraisal. West Park is willing to pay more for your car or truck than the next dealer. West Park Motor Company with locations in Greenville and Washington, and proud courtesy car dealer for the Pirates for over a decade. Go Pirates! At Union Bank, we understand you live life on the go. That's why our banking options are designed to serve you, wherever you are. If you want to meet us in person at one of our local branches, complete banking tasks on the go from the mobile app, or bank from your office with convenient remote deposit and cash management services, we're everywhere you need us to be. Whether you're simply managing a busy schedule or an entire business, we're right there with you with personalized service and helpful tools. Call or visit us online at unionbanknc.com. Union Bank is a member FDIC and an equal housing lender.
It's bow time. It's the same song, different tune. The family debates dinner, but all you're craving is a double serving of aspirin. So drop a big bow box on that pack of picky eaters. Cause when you can get 8 pieces of chicken with 4 made from scratch biscuits, 2 fixins, and tea, dinner's easier than hitting mute on the group chat. Bojangles, it's bow time.
This is Coach Donnie Kirkpatrick, offense coordinator for ECU football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. You can follow us on Facebook and Instagram at PR927FM. And if you want to follow us on Twitter, it's at FreePR927FM. Join the close to 50,000 followers today. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
Back with you on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Thanks.
I did say that, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I almost didn't, but I did. I called myself. Back with you here on a 4-hour show that we're almost 2 hours through already. How does the time go by so fast? Coming up next hour, we'll hear from Double B, Brian Bailey, Donnie Kirkpatrick, the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau, Billy Weaver. Also have a tailgate check-in coming your way in hour number 3 of our show as well. Stephen Igo and Ronnie Woodward will head off to Dowdy Ficklin Stadium. Ronnie, do you have any plans? I tell you what you got to do at least one time this year.
What?
After this week, hang out at the Pirate Radio tailgate zone.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say call in the fifth quarter.
That's on you.
I don't think you should co-host the fifth quarter with Billy and Clipper one time. One time, like as a going out thing.
I feel like it's just too long.
I vote next year's BYU game on the road.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's going to be like a that'll probably be like Friday night at 10:30 or something. I could see that happening. BYU seems to play a lot of those Friday games.
I did see that, like South Florida was playing them last weekend, and I think it kicked at 10:15.
Yep,
that was Saturday.
I think I was watching that game at like 1:30.
Now the last time we played them, it wasn't that bad, right? On the road, wasn't it?
It was 9.
It was at night.
It was 9 o'clock.
9. Yeah, well,
it was definitely
maybe
not great.
8:30 or something like that.
Yeah.
No, I am. We've already earmarked Temple, November 6th, whatever, is the next like.
8th, I think.
Okay, it's the only Saturday game left after this one.
Temple's because South Florida's the Thursday game.
It's Thursdays.
Yeah.
And
Temple's
then
not a Thursday
Cincinnati
game.
is like the Thanksgiving, maybe Friday,
Could be
maybe
Friday,
Saturday,
yeah.
Thanksgiving weekend. So Temple, I'm going to tailgate.
All right.
Go sit in the stands, see how long the little one lasts. and
you'll be able
go
to
home.
leave the game early if you choose to do so for the first
And
time.
I do want
ever.
to buy, told Cliff Godwin I want to buy season tickets in baseball. So I'm ready for that.
I was thinking about that, like Ronnie actually enjoying the regional.
Yeah.
Being out in the jungle,
Baseball
being
game.
a public nuisance. It'll be nice.
Yeah, I mean, Ronnie, you're pretty low key unless it's guys' weekend and we start.
That's what I'm thinking.
Ronnie does get quickly. He's never fully out of control, but he is. It does kind of shock you sometimes.
I'll just say when ECU was 2 and done in the Nashville Super Regional, we had some fun the third day.
Yeah.
Because
After
we
I
had nothing to
slept
do.
for like a full day.
Ronnie was
I just had
fresh. He was a fresh dad.
Yeah.
So he slept. He could have slept the entire trip, and I had to eventually wake him up. So I was like, "Dude,
We
we're in
gotta go do
Nashville. We got a
something."
free day. Let's please go somewhere."
You did miss
We
out on the Louisville Super Regional. A bunch of us went over to Churchill Downs after
Oh, yeah.
we went out.
Right after.
When I say a bunch of us, I mean there were baseball players.
Yeah.
There were
Packard and crew
yeah.
over there. Yeah.
Billy Weaver
Heard
and
that
I
story.
were many mint juleps deep, making horse bets on horses. We had no clue. It was very fun.
Sounds like a blast.
Man, it was a great day. It was a great day.
I think I'm going to be an awkward fan for a while, though. That's going to be tough. Like watching
Making
a
that
baseball
transition,
game
yeah.
and like not keeping score, or did I just be the weird old?
Not-
dude
Yeah,
with
Brent, take
your scorebook with you.
I might have to do that for a while. I
Not
don't
legal
know.
padding it up. You
Yeah,
know, I mean,
exactly. Like
these are things that you do,
what do you do?
right?
Cheer. I
You're
guess?
not taking
And
like
yeah,
mental notes.
I'm not gonna be like yelling at the other team and like getting hype, like hype man, like shirt off or whatever.
Oh, I hope
like,
you
I'm just gonna
get. I hope you
sit
get taken out of the jungle during the regional, shirtless and yelling about how this is America.
You could be in the next Louis Christmas video.
Yeah, I just not my,
You fit
not my
right in.
style.
We need a fan cam on Ronnie at all time, and maybe he'll reach that stage where he just kind of murmurs like he did on the air that one time. as you guys were trying to go to break, and he's just like, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Just lingered.
Yeah.
He's a lingerer.
I don't know.
All right, Ronnie Woodward saying his goodbye is going to be an emotional trip to the Town Bank Tower.
Yep.
I'm glad you're not going to Josh Graham this thing and do 8 farewells.
No, this is it.
I'm proud of you for not wearing like a sports jacket and like.
I wanted to limit it to
just going everywhere, taking every angle.
The Twitter post thing and the column and like let's move on to the game.
Pee in the bathroom in the Town Bank Tower and say my last urination here.
No, we're good.
Okay,
I did my thing. I don't want to over indulge it.
It was classy and understated, which I think is perfect.
There you go.
Right.
Classic Ronnie.
That was the plan. That was the plan.
Josh, I think, took a picture of every single him in every single section.
Yeah, but he did it like multiple times.
If you take a picture, I might take a picture at some point today, but I'm not gonna post about it. Like
Right.
you do that for like personal
reasons, not for clout.
You hold me to it. If I post a picture,
I wouldn't blame you if you did.
Then tell me.
I just feel like he did the same picture and the same thing like 3 or 4 times.
Well, he was like, "This is my final football game. This is my final basketball game. This is my final radio appearance. This
And
is
then
my
he came
final
back and,
baseball game."
a year later.
Yeah, so he had to do it again.
Yeah. So it was too much.
It's too much.
I won't do that.
I am kind of sad that you don't get to go out during baseball season, which I think is. I think for all three of us, like that's the love.
They would have Ronnie coming out of the press box, like tip the cap, and everybody cheering.
Throw out the first pitch.
Right.
That would be cool.
I kind of think you do need to throw out a first pitch.
I bet he
I don't know how we
that
make
would
that happen.
be like Josh Graham.
Josh Graham threw out a first pitch.
Ronnie
I know.
5 months ago, but bring him back. Like I would probably decline it and be like, nah, like I don't.
Wait,
I don't
why
wanna do
did
that?
Josh throw out a first pitch? Like what was?
It had to be some alumni thing or something.
No,
no,
it was his affiliation.
It was his.
Oh my
It was his
gosh!
show.
Yeah, it was I had to,
Is that the best we could do? Is get Josh Graham to the first pitch?
I know. I didn't want to lose my PA job, but I did. I said, and throwing out today's first pitch is Josh Graham. I said it with
a little question mark. Yeah, I like it.
I don't know if anybody caught it. And then I said, "Nice pitch, Scooter," and so yeah, that was one of the more embarrassing moments in ECU baseball history.
Easily. Jeez, that's sad.
I don't know if I want to do that.
No, yeah, I think
We're good.
just saying.
I mean, honestly,
no
not
thanks.
throwing out the first pitch is appropriate.
I think they should
after-
offer it to you. That way, you get to reject it.
Just feel like you guys offered this to Josh Graham. I'm good.
I'm
Kind
good.
of like Mike Oresco offering Colorado State and Air Force, but
Hey,
not
there was
officially
no offer ever made.
Exactly. Wisconsin kicks a field goal 10-3 on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. Michigan with the lead there. Final thoughts, gentlemen, on ECU Tulane. Stephen Igo, you picked the Pirates to win today.
I've had a good feeling all week. I was talking with Jeff Charles earlier when we crossed paths. I was like, I've been feeling good all week till we get to game day, and now I'm like nervous that Tulane is just going to be better. But I just think we're going to see an inspired performance today from the Pirates, and they'll have a chance to win in the second half, and if they can make the plays, they'll win. I mean, I know that sounds cliche, but that's the situation you want to be in if you're ECU. It's just the offense has been so inconsistent, it's hard to know what type of performance exactly we're going to see from that side of the ball. But Tulane's defense is susceptible to points, and so I think this is an opportunity for ECU's offense to figure some things out and maybe outscore Tulane. I do expect the over. I do like the over on this game to hit. I think there'll be a lot of points scored.
We have clamored for close games. Hey, just give me a tight game. Like these blowouts are awful. Give us something to watch in the fourth quarter. Well, ECU's delivered that this year, Ronnie, and almost too much already. So Igo says another close game. I'm with him. This should be a back and forth contest, and see who wins it in the fourth quarter. Is that what you're expecting today?
Yeah, definitely. I'm with Igo. I think they win. ECU wins. I'm curious what the running back situation. We talked about the other day. Keaton Mitchell has kind of bailed the offense out at times, which is good and bad. You can't depend on a 70, 75, 88-yard, whatever touchdown. Certainly when it happens, hey, you take it. But I think if they can get Rajah Harris going and get that big player too from Keaton Mitchell that takes the pressure off the receivers, takes some pressure off Ehlers. I think they're going to play pretty good on defense. The Michael Pratt mysterious injury, whatever situation,
that's a good point.
Is odd.
He didn't throw all of last week. Leading up to practice or leading up to the UAB game.
So I think there's a lot of good things. But again, the way the ECU offense is right now, they need, I think, the running backs every game to have big games. And I think if that happens, they win.
Over, under Mason Garcia snaps, a half a snap.
Under.
Over.
All right. Over, under Pop McKay.
Under.
I mean,
so
he didn't even play versus Charleston.
Well, yeah, because we were down by 14.
So you're saying Tulane's going to blow them out?
No, I'm just saying at some point they're going to have. I mean, we're going to see another running back, and I'm just by talking to folks, including the players, it sounds like he might be next in line.
Yeah.
I think it's awesome. I'll give Donnie and the staff credit for this. The splits they've got right now with Harrison Mitchell is almost 50-50, like to the dot. So they've done a good job with that. But at some point, we're going to see another running back. But you say it will not be this week.
I do.
Ronnie, I like the good point about Garcia. Sorry, I don't say that because they're going to bench Ehlers. I say that.
No, they had one play last week.
When you look at what they did with Snead, right? SMU last year, he threw the pass, and they've built on that.
Yeah.
Since so like when you do last week, we saw the
you give them a look.
Yep, and then you build a variation off of that. I think we're going to see some of that moving forward. Maybe you put Mason in and you don't even give him the ball.
Right,
It's a decoy. You know what I'm saying? Like I think,
or just snap it to him and he hands it to Snead.
And he hands it to Ehlers, and Ehlers throws it. Or like the way they've used Snead, I think is Garcia is going to get some of that.
They'll definitely have a variation off of it. It's just if they use it this game or if they try to wait a week. If nothing else, it makes Tulane prepare for that package all week.
Yep.
Good stuff. Igo, appreciate it, man. We'll talk to you next week. Ronnie, love you, buddy. All
right.
Have a good
love y'all.
Enjoy the game today as a worker, and after that, you'll just be a regular dude.
That's true.
A civilian.
I do have to work next week, so I'll be at the press conference Tuesday and probably Wednesday.
All right, you're getting a little Josh Graham now.
It's just the way it worked out.
A lot of last days here, Ronnie.
No, I said this is my last game, not my last
That
day
is
of
true.
work.
He should have, if he's working all next game week, it sounds like he should be back on Pirate Radio. I mean,
I'm not working.
I feel like he's starting to milk this a little bit, Igo.
No.
So you got one more Donnie and Blake press conference. Houston on
I
Tuesday.
think Wednesday.
Donnie Blake Wednesday.
And I'm wrapping up.
All right.
Pretty much Thursday.
After that, I'm done
Then
giving
I'm
you
out.
compliments.
You're right.
Okay,
I got
fine.
it. I agree.
All right, enjoy it. We'll take a timeout, come back. Hour 3 at the Bud Light pregame tailgate on tap. We'll have a live tailgate check-in with Troy D. Talk to Brian Bailey as well. We're back with you after this.
Come and explore great shopping in downtown Washington at Naughty Life. Hi, this is Gina from Naughty Life, and new fall merchandise is arriving every day, featuring all the new Yeti products, like the loadout buckets and waterproof dry duffel bags. We have new fall clothes for men, women, and children. At Naughty Life, we have something perfect for any occasion, like new jewelry and a great selection of sunglasses from Costa, Reflect, and RCI. Visit Naughty Life on Main Street in historic downtown Washington, and like us on Instagram and Facebook.
Do you suffer from pain, anxiety, or sleeping issues? Eastern Healthcare has a solution for you. Eastern Healthcare is the premier CBD store with retailer quality products to help with any ailment you might have. They carry nationally recognized brands such as Curative's Delta 8, CBD Distillery, and Charlotte's Web with a wide variety of delivery systems.
This is Adam from Eastern Healthcare. Come visit our store at 2245 Stantonburg Road across from Vidant Hospital or call 227-4199. Eastern Healthcare. Wellness starts here.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Kyle Gaines from Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Not only will you feature a great selection of pre-owned inventory for sale, but we'll also buy your vehicle even if you don't buy one from us. Drive a little, save a lot. Give us a call and make a short trip to Washington and let us buy your vehicle today. It is totally worth it. We also service all makes and models at our state-of-the-art service department. Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram between Greenville and Washington, and WashingtonChryslerDodgeJeepRam.com. Remember, drive a little, save a lot. Go Pirates.
Here with Mike Mullis from Fixed NC. And Mike, you were telling me the other day, people ask you all the time, I didn't know you did that. What does that mean?
You know, anything that involves property damage repair, call us first. If it's your crawl space, you've got interior humidity issues, a water loss, your ice maker line breaks, obviously fire and smoke, everybody knows we do those. But anything that involves interior or exterior property damage, we're your repair experts.
Mike, how can everybody get in touch with you?
252-999-0001 or fixednc.com.
Your power's out. There's a water leak. What do? For these and other utility-related emergencies, you need service, and you want it fast. There are two things you can do to get the quickest response if you're a GUC customer. First, you can call the hotline at 1-855-767-2482 and report any utility-related emergency. That number is also on GUC.com. Or second, you can give GUC your phone number. The hotline process is quickest when their account records have your current phone number. Service you can count on. Greenville Utilities. Hey, Troy D here for my friends at Villa Verde. If you know me, you know I love being outside, but finding a good place to eat outside can sometimes be tough. Well, our pals at Villa Verde have fixed that. Not only does Villa Verde have awesome, unique, one-of-a-kind dishes here in Greenville, they also have a brand new outside dining area. And this outside area is sweet. It's covered, you're in the shade, and cooling fans are on. Enjoy the comfort and relaxation of dining outside with our friends at Villa Verde. Villa Verde on 10th Street, a platform for good.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, Georgia has extended their lead. It's now 24-0 Georgia over Arkansas. Charlotte has a 14-10 lead over Illinois. North Carolina is cruising over Duke. 24-0 is that score. Temple has now made it a game with Memphis. They're trailing only by 3 now. The Tigers have a 17-14 lead in that game. Michigan leads Wisconsin 10-3. It's Purdue 13, Minnesota 10. Pittsburgh is beating up on Georgia Tech right now. 42-14 is that score. And they're only in the middle of the second quarter clip. Tennessee all over Missouri. 41-10 is that score.
Good God.
TCU leads Texas 17-16, and Louisville and Wake Forest are going back and forth. Louisville currently has the lead 17-10 is that score. And that's a look at your scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. Is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night and food trucks during the day during football season. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at the Buck. Clip.
All right, the Buck. Thank you, Shirley Rhodes. As you were talking, Michigan tacks on a field goal, so it is 13-3 as they head closely heading to the locker room. 27 seconds left to go in the first half, and that one will keep you up to date with everything going on across the country in college football as we lead you up to the 3:30 kickoff. 2:30 kickoff in South Bend, as it'll be Notre Dame and Cincinnati. Huge game going on at Notre Dame Stadium. And quick Orthopedics East injury report unrelated to ECU and college football. And this is, everybody's talking about Tom Brady going back to New England this Sunday. Rob Gronkowski, Gronk expected to go back as well, but he will not. He will not make the trip. He is hurt and will not travel with the team to New England, so he'll miss out on the reunion. So there's that. Look at your Orthopedics East injury report. We talked earlier today about Aaron Ramseur getting healthier. Also, you've got Elijah Morris, Noah Henderson, Avery Jones, those guys banged up but playing. So East Carolina, other than Bailey Malovic and Rob Vanderland, will be ready to go today in the game against the Green Wave. Let's head out to the Fixed NC Live line and get our first tailgate check-in of the day as Troy D is out at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. Troy D, what's going on out there today?
Hey, Clip, man, it is an absolute beautiful day out here, and we have really been blessed this year with weather. I know in past years it seems like we've had a lot of rain games. This year, the one thing we can't control, the weather, has been absolutely gorgeous. Today is no different. And, man, the Pirate Radio tailgate zone has been bumping for homecoming. We just had Chancellor Rogers stop by. We just shot an on-location with him. We'll be putting on our social media in mere minutes. We had the guys from Parmalee hanging out with us earlier. Robert Jones, legendary ECU linebacker, is on his way. Steve the Pirate is here. Of course, all our Pirate Radio personalities, Morgan Ehlers, Jeff Charles, Brian Bailey, Brian Meador, everybody hanging out over here, and tons and hundreds of other folks. It is so much fun today. Having a great time. Mark Washington alongside, former defensive star for the Pirates on the Peach Bowl team. And Mark, 30 years ago, you guys were in the 91 season, 30 years later, still at East Carolina, still looking great. How you been, man?
I've been good. Getting through this pandemic and, trying to stay fit.
You are looking great. You look like you could suit up right now. What's your prediction for today's game?
Prediction for the game. We spread this ball out and then run the ball. I say we will blow them off the field. We got to spread it first, then we got to run. We'll use the pass to set up the run. Pirates will win. Big time.
All right, that is former number 99 Mark Washington from the 91 Pirates and the 1992 Peach Bowl team. Hard to believe it's been 30 years, Mark.
You are absolutely right, but I thank God we can both look in the mirror and we're still standing.
No doubt about it. I was out last night after Free Boot, guys. Luke hung out with Luke Fisher for a while. Of course, one of our star players, too, as I like to call him, ECU Pirate royalty, scored the winning touchdown in the Peach Bowl as tight end. So we are having an absolute blast. Let me thank our friends at Familia. Did an absolute amazing job. We've got just a ton of pizza and wings, and it is a huge hit. Of course, our friends at Carolina Eagle with ice-cold pirate beverages and Minji's Bottling Group providing us with Pepsis and waters, and everybody's out here eating and drinking and having a good time, catching up, and friends and family. And that's what ECU football is all about, at least tailgating is all about, catching up with friends and family before the game. And Pirate Nation is united today, Clip, going into this game. People are excited. Hopefully, and keep the momentum going afterwards, too, with a victory.
Troy D, good stuff, and good to hear from former Pirate Mark Washington. We'll check in with you coming up in about an hour, Troy.
Sounds good. Look forward to it. Thanks, guys.
All right, there is Troy D out at the Pirate Radio tailgate zone, and we got a touchdown in Madison as Wisconsin scores just before the half. It is now 13-9, PAT pending. That's the second person today that has said the Pirates will start with the pass, and that will open up the run rather than the run setting up the pass. Igo said it a moment ago. Mark Washington says it just then, and we'll see what Brian Bailey has to say about this one as he joins us on the Fixed NC Live Line. Double B, happy game day to you, buddy. How you doing?
Happy game day, man. It's beautiful out here. I'm on the field, and a lot of the Pirate players are out here just in their shorts and T-shirts, kind of just milling around, throwing the football around a little bit, and kind of a relaxed setting right now. We're 2 hours before game time. Yeah, about 2 hours before kickoff. So it's kind of a neat atmosphere out here right now.
Brian, a lack of preparation hurt the Pirates last week. That, according to the players we talked to on the Players Lounge on Pirate Radio, some of these guys didn't take Charleston Southern as serious as they should have, and it showed. Got down 14-0, had to claw back, got a big lead, and then Charleston Southern came back, made that game way too close for comfort, but the Pirates did get a win. I got to think that was a wake-up call for everybody, and the preparation was a lot better this week.
And that's one of the positive things I took away from it as well. You know, if you go into that game and you win it, 60-0, which we saw a lot of those games last night on the high school ranks. But if you go in and win that game 60-0, you still get credited with one win, and then maybe you think you're a little better than you are. Right now, I think this is a Pirate football team that knows that they've still got to go out there every week and show people that they are much improved. They are a better football team. And they remember this Tulane squad that came in here last year and pretty much dominated on both sides of the line of scrimmage. So they know that that they're an underdog in this game. But I think, I don't care how they get the run game cranked up, they just got to get it cranked up. And then the passing game as well. That's what I keep saying about the offense. The problem is when they're cranked up and playing well, they look so good. But it's those other quarters of football we've had to sit through.
Mike Houston was asked this week how you get better on third down. He said you get better on first down and set yourselves up for some third and shorts. And Bailey, a couple of people, I just referenced it, have said today start with the pass and let that set up your run. ECU had a bad day running the football against Tulane last year, so maybe it needs to be more Ahlers to Snead, Ahlers to Johnson, Ahlers to Mitchell on a passing play before they can get the run going. And if you pass on first down, get 7-8 yards, that obviously helps you out on second and third down. So this offense has to figure out a way to get better on third downs. They've been really bad, and the answer to that is to come out of the gate on first down with some better play.
And the only problem with that theory is if you don't complete that pass, then you're But what Steve Logan used to always say, he would say that these are just extended handoffs.
Yeah.
We call some of these short passes, we're so good at them that they're extended handoffs, and so there's no chance or very slim chances of not completing the pass. So maybe you're right. I mean, that's what maybe they need to do, because obviously they've got to get the running game going. This offense really plays well when they're running the football, and I think the team that does run the football today wins this game.
Crucial game today, Bailey. It's a big one between the Pirates and the Green Wave. How do you see it playing out?
Well, I think it's going to be a high-scoring game, and every time I've said that, it turns into one of those 10-3 games at halftime, and it's 20-17. But I really think that the Pirate offense is going to play much better. I think Tulane is Tulane. We've seen what they can do when they played Oklahoma. Probably had a chance to win that football game early on. They've had a tough schedule. But it's a crucial game when you look at the Pirates' schedule, because then you go down to Orlando, then you take a week off, and then you go to Houston. So, I mean, those are two difficult road assignments. If you can get to 3-2 as far as trying to get to a bowl game and that kind of thing with your aspirations, I mean, this is a key game.
BB Brian Bailey joining us. Great interview with Matt Thomas from Parmalee. And we got a shot of that. Talk about Eastern Carolina. They got a tractor pulling a trailer stage, basically, and they'll be performing at halftime. That's going to be awesome. I know a lot of people are excited about that today, Bailey.
Yeah, and that's one of my assignments with Pirate Radio, is to try to get a video before the game. And I walked up to thinking, like, what am I going to do for this one? And they were practicing at the time, and I thought, hey, somebody handed me this one. This is going to be easy. But those guys are really good guys. Matt Thomas and his brother, and just the whole band. Their dad, a while back, probably been 10 years, right after Parmalee got big, they sent me a video clip of me announcing a Little League All-Star score where Marcus Crandall was the winning pitcher, and I think Matt Thomas was 3 for 4.
Wow, that's awesome.
The video, yeah. So Marcus Crandall was the star pitcher, I think it was, and Matt Thomas was one of the star hitters that day. It was really funny, but that's been a while since they sent me that clip. But those guys are really good guys. I had a chance to interview them a couple years ago when they played at Free Boot Friday, and they're going to put on a good show. It's a 10-minute show, 3 songs, and I think fans will look forward to that for homecoming.
Brian Bailey, you're 5 for 5 on your pregame videos with 0 preparation. That's a true pro right there.
That's 5 times. I've been very fortunate, very lucky, but we'll try to keep the string going.
Bailey, thank you, man. Enjoy the game, and if we got time, we'll talk to you afterwards. We have been so flooded with calls, we have not even been able to reach out to Bailey or any other guests on the post game. So we might be rocking and rolling again today, but if we have a moment, Bailey, we might give you a call.
All right, do so.
All right, thank you, sir. There is Double B, Brian Bailey, joining us live from Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. Great video up on our social media accounts that literally has the John Deere backing up the trailer stage that Parmalee.
It's a
flatbed situation.
That's awesome.
I mean, they could have put. I mean, the only way to make it
Eastern
more
North Carolina as it gets, right?
The only way to make it more NC would have been if it was like a cutout school bus that's used for tobacco season.
I know what you mean, yeah.
I mean, that's really the only way you're going to get more down here than that.
And they do have the cutout school bus flatbeds.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like at the tobacco season.
I hope Parmalee rides in on it like a hayride almost.
Well, I think that's that. So I think they're going to pull it out of, because there's that gate in the end zone there, and they're in the boneyard area. They're going to slide it back into that entranceway, and then you can just pull it in at a halftime.
I wonder if they're going to be in the end zone or behind
it.
So they're going to be between the goalpost and the boneyard?
Probably. I mean, I can't imagine them.
I don't know.
I guess
that would be tough to put them in the middle of the field, because with a tractor you're going to damage the field. And Joey Perry, I don't think, is going to go
at
for
best
that.
You do the end zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
that's
end
where
zone.
the tractor was driving in the Bailey video, where it was backing up.
Yeah,
So.
I mean, so it might be end zone.
It could be difficult to get it in and out in that boneyard area.
Yeah, because them tractors only go but so fast, too.
Well, it's not even that. It's just the angle.
Yeah.
Let's get a break in. We'll come back. When we return, we'll hear Jeff Charles' one-on-one interview with Donnie Kirkpatrick, East Carolina offensive coordinator. We'll look at the offensive numbers on the UB stat sheet and have more for you when we return after this.
In sports, if you think joy only happens after you win, think again. Look at the world's most successful athletes like Serena Williams, Brooks Koepka, and Alex Morgan. They don't spend all their days grinding away. They take time to enjoy themselves, like getting together with friends over a Michelob Ultra, because they know that happiness is the key to winning, and that joy is the whole game, not just the end game. Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. AB Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Watch our prices fall at Bostic Sugg Furniture. All the gotta get it now looks and styles are in. We have what you need to add warmth and beauty to any room. Sofas, sectionals, and motion furniture from the best brands. Lazy Boy, Bassett & Rowe, all in stock with huge in-stock savings. And the more you buy, the more you save. Up to $720 back, plus great savings on Serta and Restonic mattresses. So watch our prices fall at Bostic Sugg Furniture.
Hello, Pirate Nation. This is Bram Anderson from Tiebreakers, and we are excited to announce that we will be opening our second location in Winterville soon. Right now, our growing company is hiring team members for all positions for both locations. We need managers, bartenders, servers, cooks, and dishwashers. If you're looking for an opportunity to be on a fun and exciting restaurant team, then come see us today. Apply in person at Tiebreakers at Bells Fork. Check us out at tiebreakersnc.com.
If you are push mowing your yard using an inefficient lawn tractor, or your current zero-turn spends more time in the shop than mowing your grass, it's time you look at a Hustler zero-turn lawnmower. Residential mowers from Hustler are built like tanks and drive like sports cars. All Hustler mowers have fabricated, welded steel decks. Don't settle on cheap units with flimsy stamped decks from big box stores. Come see Ron Ayers Motorsports. It will guide you to the right mower for your property and your budget. Find us at Ron Ayers Motorsports, Highway 11 north of the airport in Greenville.
Sawyer's Fun Park is now open in Greenville. This state-of-the-art 40,000 square foot facility features a 2-story LED interactive laser tag, a one-of-a-kind 2-story ninja course, a ropes course with a 180-degree zip line, and it's only one of 5 in the country that are indoors. Multiple climbing walls, a super cool arcade with 40-plus games, and a brand-new full-service cafe and bar for adults. Visit the brand-new Sawyer's Fun Park, now open, located right behind ARU on Corey Road, Greenville.
Do you have any real estate questions about buying or selling residential or commercial properties? Are you curious about this current real estate market? Do you need a property manager for all your rental houses? This is proud ECU alum Scott Harris with RE/MAX Preferred Realty and SD Harris Properties, and I would love to help answer every question you have and show you a real estate experience that will be memorable and enjoyable. Every step of the way, I'm here to make your dreams a stress-free reality. Call me today at 347-1857. That's 347-1857. Go Pirates.
Pirate Radio.
You know, I think this is a pretty blue-collar, tough, hard-nosed fan base, and that's the way our teams are going to be.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Did you miss the show on Pirate Radio? Listen to all of Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud, or Spotify. Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, rolling right along with the Shirley Rhodes and the Big Dog in the Pirate Radio studios. Chandler is at a wedding. He showed off his fancy Walmart shoes in a video to us.
I was wondering if you'd seen that yet.
If you missed that story earlier in the week, it was a great one, as Chandler rolled in here thinking he was the baddest man in Pitt County.
In his Bruno Marks.
With the Bruno Mark shoes, and I got curious and looked them up, and you can get them at Walmart for $12.99. So
typical.
You can get these at Walmart for $14.99. So I'm not hating on Walmart shoes. These are my favorite shoes, and I wear them every day.
I don't know what the generic of Hey Dude is.
These are called Georges.
Yep.
It's everything at Walmart is called a George.
George.
Yeah, for like the men brand at Walmart is George.
Hey, George.
One of our fish's name is George.
I did not know that.
Yeah, the
Find
one
out
that
something
was
new.
by himself for like forever during the COVID year. His
He
name
was
was George.
quarantined.
He was quarantined. Well, we couldn't get fish for the longest time, so George was by himself. But now George has friends.
Do you really name all the fish?
No, just the one.
Just George?
Just George.
Okay, all right. Is he still with us?
It's George and Company.
Is he with us?
Yeah, he's still with us.
Good to know. All right.
George has not left the building.
Let's talk some Pirate offense. Looking at the UBE stat sheet, UBE's been rocking and rolling today. It'll turn into a ghost town pretty soon as fans do their final shopping and head over to Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. But right now, East Carolina offensively scoring 27 points per contest, averaging 133 yards on the ground, 270 through the air for a total of 403 yards. The big stat here that has been discussed a lot, third down conversions. Pirates just 18 of 60 on the year, converting 30% on third downs. They are 10 out of 11 in the red zone, scoring 91%, and over half of their trips to the red zone have resulted in touchdowns. 6 of 11 on the year, scoring touchdowns inside the red zone. Let's hear more on the offense with ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick. He talked to Jeff Charles this week, and here's how it sounded.
ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick is alongside. And, Coach, let's first of all talk about Tulane's defense. Yes, they are giving up 37 points a game, but that's a little bit skewed because they gave up 61 to Ole Miss. What do you see with the Tulane defense?
Well, I don't see that defense out there, and of course we played them last year, and they had a tremendous defense. Now they did lose the two defensive ends. Obviously, they're playing, on Sundays now, so any team's going to miss those. But they got some very capable guys that have stepped in. You play Oklahoma, who's a pretty big time offense. Ole Miss, same type deal. So they've played a tough schedule. So we're not expecting that type of a defense. We're expecting the defense we saw last year. Really good up front, two inside guys, big guys, really strong. Secondary, tall and long. Okay, get their hands on you. Don't let you get into the routes. Linebackers that are really aggressive.
Scheme-wise, Coach, what do they like to do?
They are a very based type defense, to be honest with you. Don't do a lot of fancy stuff, kind of just bend, don't break, keep the ball in front of them, just keep playing hard. Blitz when they need to, but not a huge blitz team. Now, we've played teams that weren't blitz teams before, and obviously they decide to blitz a little bit more. So you never know in college football, week to week. Obviously, they've got a game plan based on what they think we do well and what we don't do well. So we'll have to kind of figure that out as the game goes.
Coach Houston said earlier this week that the running backs, and I think sometimes we forget how young still Keaton Mitchell and Rajay Harris are, that they need to cut better when they get the ball. Have you seen that too, Coach?
Well, we do think that obviously they're two tremendous backs, and you play it and you start most of the year as a freshman or you're the backup. And then the next year you seem like you're a lot older guy. And college football's like that now. Everybody's playing younger and everybody's not staying as long, and so you got to play them when they're early. We did feel like last week that both backs missed some of the cuts, maybe were a little impatient and maybe didn't read the blocking schemes as well as they needed to do. So we'd have to remember they are still young guys working to get better, and we got to see a better effort out of them this week for sure.
I know you really want to get C.J. Johnson going, and it was a good sign last week, Coach. He caught that 60-yard touchdown pass.
Well, C.J.'s made some plays, and we've surely targeted C.J. a lot, and we'll continue to do that, and he has made some plays. There are some times that he's got to play a little bit better, just like everybody. The offensive deal right now, we've shown the big playability. We need to be more consistent and make the 5-6 yard gains, stay out of the third and long. Back-to-back weeks, we've had huge quarters where we've scored and just, back-to-back, score 24 points in one quarter is almost impossible to do. The week before, we scored 21 in one quarter. What we're doing, though, is we're doing it all at one time, and we're not spreading that out because we're not being very consistent.
Tyler Snead's just having a remarkable career here, Coach. When he gets his first reception coming up this week, he will move into fourth place all time in receptions at ECU, and you and I both know how many great receivers have come through here. So he has been a remarkable player, hasn't he?
Well, you could talk the whole show about Tyler Snead, and like I say, I'd buy a ticket to watch Tyler Snead play. If I wasn't getting in for free, I would definitely buy a ticket, and that is amazing because I know a lot of those receivers that are on that list, and they are pretty darn good, and seems like they all play played for long times. And, Tyler has been around a while. It seems like he's not that old either, and he really's got a lot more time to go. So hopefully Tyler will get that done early in the game and then go ahead and move on up before the season's over.
Let's talk about the offensive line. A little banged up, Coach. I noticed that Walter Stribling is backing up now, both the left tackle and also the right tackle. And Vanderland, who was giving you some really good playing time up front, looks like he's lost.
Well, unfortunately, our bad luck string with the offensive line's health that we've had here for the 2.5 years we've been here has continued. It started with Bailey Malkovich getting hurt about the 6th play of the season, and then we knew Noah was a little bit limited. We were trying to play him just half the time to let his back still recover, and hopefully we can get through the season with that. Rob Vanderland had really come in and given us some really good snaps there. We lose Rob for a couple of weeks. Avery Jones has been beat up last week. He had missed 2 weeks in a row of practice, was able to get back for the games. That makes you suffer a little bit. Nishad's still coming off the injury from last year. He missed all spring and all summer. So guys are just going to have to step it up. Trent Holler's doing a nice job with that. Fernando's coming in, playing a couple of different positions, and it is what it is. You never have enough good players.
Yeah, no doubt about that, especially the big guys up front. Yeah, I wanted to ask you about Trent because he actually did start the game for you last week, Coach. How's he coming along?
Well, Trent's done a nice job, and, he did start because the week before Avery had gotten hurt in the South Carolina game, or 2 weeks prior to that, so he missed most of the practices. He did come back Thursday, so he was able to play and start. He suffered some at the Marshall game, I think, from missing the practices. Then had an infection that they had to deal with, and so he was out all week, and so we just felt like Trent was the better guy to go and start. Avery did come in and play, but we're excited about Trent getting in there, and the more he plays, I think the better he'll be.
Coach, what kind of a week has Holt Naylor's had?
Well, Holton's had his normal week. He doesn't go in the highs and he doesn't go in the lows. He's kind of the guy that brings the lunch pail, comes to work every week, and has kind of the same attitude about it. If he plays good or plays bad, he just always wants to play good the next week. And so he's our leader, and we're looking for him to have a big game this week.
It was a great play call last week. Mason Garcia sneaks in there and runs for the 3-yard touchdown. That was a play that a lot of people still are talking about this week, Coach. How long had you been working on that?
That's a play that we've had since last year, and we never got to it. It's a play that was designed, obviously, to go one way, and so you got to get the ball in the correct position, and you got to get it down there close. But Mason is a guy that's really practicing well. In fact, he's stacked 3 weeks in a row now of really, really good practice. I think it's really starting to come together for him. We'd like to be able to get him in. It's hard to play more than one quarterback, but that was a way we thought maybe we could get him in, get his feet wet a little bit. He's a really, really excellent runner as well as a passer, but he can be a dominant runner.
Coach, a final question for you against this Tulane defense. It's never easy, and we start conference play today, of course. And what will it take for the Pirates to move the ball and score some points this week?
We've got to play really good up front. We're going to have to try to displace the defensive line. We've got to knock them off the ball a little bit more than we did last week and maybe even the week before that. And we're going to have to just really be consistent in the running game. We got to stay out of the third down and the second down in long situations so we can stay ahead of the chain, throw when we want to throw, run when we want to throw, not have to let the defense dictate what we got to do.
That's ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick.
The voice talking offense with Donnie Kirkpatrick, Pirates offensive coordinator, as they get set to take on the Tulane Green Wave 3:30 kickoff at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium on ESPN+. We'll take a timeout. When we return, we'll look at this afternoon and tonight's action from a gambling perspective with the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau. He joins us to go down the Saturday slate. We'll also get his final thoughts on ECU Tulane. When we return on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, Hour 3 rolls on after this.
The Rick House is Eastern North Carolina's premier American-style restaurant and bourbon bar. Join us at the Rick House for mouth-watering steaks and made-from-scratch pastas. Check out the 16-ounce cowboy steak and our seafood delight pasta. The Rick House is open for lunch daily from 11 to 2, Monday through Friday. Take a break from your workday with lunch at the Rick House. Join us for our legendary brunch on Sundays from 10 to 2. The Rick House, American Provisions and Spirits, 710 Red Banks Road beside the bowling alley in Greenville.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of pirates and ENC. Open 7 days a week. Plus, the Buck has live music every night, along with football. The Buck has a brand new 15-foot 4K screen, the only one in Greenville, and over 18 big screens with all your college and pro action. Sunday Fun Day will also be stocked with the biggest Bloody Mary and Mimosa bar, along with the NFL Sunday Ticket and food trucks out back. Check out the Buccaneer Music Hall. Open every day, noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night, and now football and food trucks during the day. BMS Builders is your premier custom builder in eastern North Carolina. With Blackwood and Mills Creek in Greenville, Dalton's Cove in Farmville, and Belmar and Ayden, these are just a few of the developments featuring BMS Builders homes. They can build the home of your dreams. Just ask Dr. Dennis Ross in Greenville or East Carolina football coach Mike Houston. They built their homes, and they can build yours as well. BMS Builders. Give them a call at 916-1578 for BMS Builders. Hey, this is Troy D., proud ECU grad from the class of 94. And if you know me, you know I love the 90s here at ECU. It was some of our glory days, including bowl games, the Peach Bowl, and even a March Madness appearance. Relive those days with my friends from Tailgate Classics. Tailgate Classics is a cool retro store with all types of merchandise, including the 90s ECU vintage tees and hats. Check out Tailgate Classics in person, 304 Evans Street, or online at shoptailgateclassics.com. Tailgate Classics, bringing back the throwbacks.
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
Warren's Hot Dog Pizza, homemade lemonade.
Hey, Pirate Nation, are you ready for some Warren's hot dogs? Warren's Original Hot and Judy's Mild Sweet Chili Hot Dogs have been the official hot dog of sports fans for over 30 years. Pick up a tailgate special this football season of 10 or more hot dogs for only $1.50 each. Warren's in Greenville across from Ron Ayers Motorsports and the new Chocowinity location next to the fire department. Warren's Hot Dogs. Want some? Get some. Go Pirates.
Hi, this is Phil Steele of Phil Steele's College Football Preview Magazine, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right. In the third quarter, Georgia still shutting out Arkansas 24-0. Duke has put a touchdown on the board in the third quarter. They still trail North Carolina 24-7. Memphis and Temple are tied at 17 at the start of the second half. Michigan has gone into the locker room with a 13-10 lead over Wisconsin. Minnesota has a 17-13 lead over Purdue midway through the third quarter. At the half, it's Pittsburgh 42, Georgia Tech 14. Tennessee scores 45 points in the first half, and they lead it 45-10 over Missouri at the half. Texas has gone into the locker room with a 23-17 lead over TCU, and with less than a minute to go in the first half, Louisville and Wake Forest are tied at 17 apiece. And that is a look at your scoreboard brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And now during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
Alrighty, back with you on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We got Jeff Nadeau joining us on the program to look at today's action from a gambling perspective. The big man on campus joins us now in hour 3 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Jeff, how you doing on this Saturday?
Pretty good. How are you, Cliff?
Hey, doing great. And big man, we got some 330s to discuss. Let's start with with the 2:30 game coming up in South Bend, Indiana, a huge one for Cincinnati. They got to take care of business in conference play, obviously, but the two big non-conference games on the road at Indiana, they passed that test a couple weeks ago. Now the big test against Notre Dame. Jeff, the Bearcats, last time I saw it anyway, a couple days ago, were favorites in this game. What do you think about this matchup coming up in about 25 minutes?
I played the Bearcats money line here. I played it when it was at 1.5. I got 120. I'm very happy with that price. I think Cincinnati's the better team, Clip. I think Notre Dame has some issues that I think are going to really plague them in this game. One of them is that I don't think they're very good against the run, to be real honest with you. And I think the goal of keeping the ball in Notre Dame's hands is to run the football. Obviously, use the RPO with Desmond Ridder. I really like what I think Cincinnati can do on offense. We don't quite know who the quarterback on Notre Dame is going to be, but I think whoever it is, I think they're going to struggle to get those two protected. This is a Notre Dame team that's allowed 21 sacks this year, Clip, 5 a game. That's just not good enough. I mean, you have to be better than that, and you're facing a defense here that's going to get to the quarterback. This is a huge game for Cincinnati. I think they pass the test and go on the road and finally put a nail in a team that's been living on the edge in several games this year. I like Cincinnati to get the job done here.
No doubt about that. Notre Dame has survived, but have been a little shaky in winning a few games already in 2021. Jeff, coming up at 3:30, Ole Miss at Alabama. We talked to you on Tuesday. This line has pretty much held at 14.5 all week. The total has dropped a half point since last time I saw it. Still sitting at 79.5. You were on the Rebels side of things when we talked to you on Tuesday, I believe, right, Jeff?
Yeah, I lean that way, but I'm not. I don't know what I don't know why anyone would want to bet this game. To be honest, I don't. I mean, how many times do you have to get beat by Alabama in these kind of games to realize that you probably shouldn't bet against them? I think Ole Miss is good, but I feel like Alabama's slightly better. Total super high. At one point, it was at 82 this morning. It's not at 80.5. I mean, think about that. 41-38, you lose that game. So yeah. I don't. I think this is a game you just sit back and watch and enjoy as a fan, but I don't see much betting value on it.
Jeff, we're getting folks set for the Pirates and the Green Wave coming up Dowdy Ficklen Stadium at 3:30. Huge game for East Carolina as they try to get to 3-2 on the season, 1-0 in conference play, and this line has dropped. So you got some, I guess, money coming in on ECU. I'm seeing it at 3 right now. Tulane favored by 3 instead of 4 like it was earlier in the week. Total has stayed in the mid-60s at around 64.5. So expecting a high-scoring game. We'll see if ECU can do their part in that. And any thoughts on the line in this one, Jeff?
Yeah, I have 4 plays today, Clip. This is one of them. I ended up playing the over in this game. I kind of got to where I wanted it to be. And, I think when you look at both these teams, you got 2 pretty good quarterbacks. They both go quick. I mean, ECU is top 40 in plays per minute. Green Wave are about 20 slots faster. They're at 16th in the country. Neither of these teams are very good as far as tackling is concerned. Pro Football Focus, Clip, has a tackling metric. ECU is not good, and Tulane's even worse at 116th in tackling. So, both these defenses are bad. I couldn't believe it, Clip. I thought I was looking at something that was a misprint last week. Did I see that East Carolina gave up 530 yards to Charleston Southern? I mean, that's dreadful stuff there. These are 2 teams I think have some home run hitters. We know Michael Pratt, every time he has the football, you look at last year, every game he played in, they had more than 30 points. We know ECU, I think, has to throw the football, and they could have some big plays of their own. As we know, Keaton Mitchell has, I think, a few above 60 yards this season, and both these teams defensively have had issues giving up big plays. No one more, really, than ECU, but Tulane gives up a lot of big plays as well. Both these offenses should move it. I had this one at like 41-38.
Jeff Nadeau joining us, likes the over in today's game. And yes, you saw that stat right. East Carolina's defense has to play better. The offense has to help them out. Too many 3-and-outs, Jeff, for the offense. East Carolina converting 30% on third down right now. And the big plays have indirectly hurt the defense because East Carolina, it seems like either goes 3 and out, Jeff, or has an 80-yard Keaton Mitchell run. So they're back on the field again. So need to play some complimentary football if they want to get the win today. But all you're focused on is the points in this matchup. So see what happens.
Yeah, I really don't. I don't care how the scores finish, but you just got to finish them. And look, that's going to be the big thing about ECU, Clip. I mean, you look at their finishing drives category. I mean, 113th in the country. Got to finish drives with touchdowns. That's what's most important. And it seems like it's either all or nothing with this group. They either get a big play or, if they get inside the 20, I have questions on if they can score. I'm just hoping today they can do that. Seems like every game Tulane's in is high scoring. So this should be a fun game in ECU today.
Yeah, good one coming up, 3:30, Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. You can check it out on ESPN+. Jeff, what else you looking at for this afternoon and this evening in college football? What do you got your eye on?
Yeah, kind of a weird start time here. I think it goes off at 5 Eastern. Army and Ball State. This is a road game for Army, the first in a while. I've been kind of picking on Ball State, Clip, all season. Bet against them last week. Going to bet against them here. You look at this situation for Ball State, Clip, one of the toughest in the country. Had to go to Penn State, got crushed. Then had to go to Wyoming, got crushed. Came out of Laramie, had to play Toledo, lost by 10, and now they got to go play Army. This team has failed in the last 3 games to get above 13 points, and it's not going to get easier here. This is a very good defense that the Army have. We all know what they're going to do. They want to keep the football on the ground, run the ball. I don't really think that, from what I saw last week, this Ball State team is going to have some major issues on the ground. They gave up over 230 yards on the ground against Toledo, a team that likes to throw the ball. So I think this could get ugly. But, Clip, I want to throw one thing out. In all 4 games this year, Army has been up by more than 7 at the half. I'm going to take Army in the first half, -6.5 against Ball State. I like this spot for the midshipmen. They have been very good in the first 2 stanzas. And we know there's not going to be a ton of possessions. I want them to finish drives. I think they will. This one screams 21-7 at the half.
All right, Army first half for the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau. Jeff, we got to run. I know you like the Cowboys on Sunday against the Panthers. You got any other NFL action for us before we let you go today?
Yeah, my props have been on point, Clip. I have not lost a prop on Patreon this year, so I would highly recommend getting involved here. Miles Sanders over rushing yards.
Yeah.
I set it at 55.5. It's a bit higher, though. I still like it. I expect them to give him many carries tomorrow. Nick Sirianni's been hearing it all week. This is a bad KC run defense. I'll be there, Clip, watching this live. Looking forward to it. I think we see a big game from Miles tomorrow.
Have fun there at the link, big man, and we will reconvene with you Tuesday on Pirate Radio Live. Follow him on Twitter at JeffNADU and also patreon.com/BMOC. Jeff, we always appreciate the time and the football talk with you, man.
Yeah, enjoy the game today, Clip. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. There is Jeff Nadeau joining us on the Fixed NC Live Line. Army first half. And also likes the Cowboys and Miles Sanders prop coming up on Sunday. We'll take a timeout, come back. Billy Weaver, co-host of the U.S. Sailor Fifth Quarter Call-In Show, will join me to give his pregame thoughts on ECU Tulane. To believe it or not, wrap up hour number 3. We keep flying by. We're back with you on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate after this.
Hello folks, this is Jamie Lane with Carolina Hardscapes and Mulch. We believe that making memories with your family and friends is what life is all about. If you have a dream of having a backyard patio, fireplace, pool, walkways, fire pits, or more, then Carolina Hardscapes is the place to call at 364-1201. You can stop by our outdoor showroom on Fire Tower Road across from Bostic Sugg Furniture. At Carolina Hardscapes, we look forward to making your backyard the place to be. Find us on the web at CarolinaHardscapesandMulch.com.
When your family gathers around a shakaroni from Papa John's, you're sharing more than extra cheese and pepperoni. You're sharing scholarships, meals, and laughter. Because $1 from every shakaroni goes to charity.
That's pizza with a purpose.
Hey, Pirate fans, the Shaq-a-Roni Pizza is back, and only for $13. Plus $1 from every purchase goes to charity. The Shaq-a-Roni is an MVP move for game day or any day. Place your order online at papajohns.com and sign up for Papa Rewards. Papa John's, the official pizza of the ECU Pirates.
Tired and sluggish? Down in the dumps? Or just have the blahs? Maybe you need to hydrate. Revive Health and Wellness on East 10th Street in Greenville offers IV hydration that can help you with lack of energy, improve your mood, assist with immunity, even fix a hangover. Locally owned and operated, the team at Revive Health and Wellness are experienced and licensed registered nurses that will assist you in preparing for your IV session. Call or text today with questions or to set an appointment with Revive Health and Wellness. 252-350-1805. That's 252-350-1805.
Hi, this is Todd Mitchum with Mercer Glass, Eastern North Carolina's most complete glass company. Mercer Glass specializes in windows, shower doors, auto glass, and mirrors. We can install or repair almost anything made of glass in your home or business. So give us a call at Mercer Glass. That's 752-5101. That's 752-5101.
North Carolina State Parks is proud to announce that they have partnered with the Hometown Strong program. Our visitor centers are now equipped with public Wi-Fi to help kids with school. Remote learning has become a critical public health measure in maintaining social distance and continuing to educate our young people. Take advantage of Wi-Fi and a hike at Goose Creek State Park or a day trip to the beach and access remote learning at Fort Macon State Park. For more information, visit hometownstrong.nc.gov.
Hey Pirate Nation, Lindsay Gray here with Carolina Caliber. In 1960, my granddaddy started his firearm business right here in Eastern NC. Still family owned and operated, we have the area's largest selection for outdoor shooting sports and accessories and are one of the nation's top firearm dealers. At Carolina Caliber, we have everything you need from hunting, home defense, and personal protection, including a wide variety for ladies and youth. We buy, sell, and trade. It's a time-honored tradition. Visit us at Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville.
Pirate Radio.
And you write that down, because when you're at East Carolina, you go for it every time. Or you don't coach at East Carolina, you don't come to East Carolina, you don't play at East Carolina with a weak heart. Write it!
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Hey, watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV and subscribe today. Watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday, 3 until 6 p.m. and the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate in the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter on game days. Just go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and click on that subscribe button. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
All right, the big dog heading out to Dowdy Ficklin Stadium. Shirley's going to work double duty here the remainder of the show. We got intern Jalen, his poor soul, filling in on the fifth quarter today for video production. And this is going to be, depending on the outcome of the game, one way or the other, I think an all-time fifth quarter, because Pirate fans know what's at stake in this game today.
It could be classified as a hot mess.
Yeah, or a really fun one, because if you win this one, you're really setting yourself up for a potential, bowl season for 2021. So that's what's at stake today when they take the field at 3:30, East Carolina, Tulane. Billy Weaver will be with us after the game on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show, and he joins us now on the Fixed NC Live line. Weave, how you doing, man?
Doing great, man. What a great Pirate tailgate, homecoming tailgate atmosphere out here.
Billy Weaver, living right. I'm happy for you, Weave. I saw you heading to Freeboot last night, tailgating today, enjoying a game, the new life of Weaver. You're enjoying it, right?
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. it's a different perspective, and sometimes you need a different perspective on life. You know, especially in the world of sports, we talk about, you know, just take, for example, Sam Darnold, you know, with the Carolina Panthers. Yeah. People have written him off with the Jets and said wasn't a good quarterback, and he got new life in Carolina and is playing very well. And I tell you what, if they can beat Dallas and go 4-0, man, Sam Darnold's going to be the toast of the town in the Queen City. So kind of like athletes when they get a new perspective on a team, yeah, I got a new perspective on Pirate football now.
People wrote off Billy Weaver, but he's back, baby. We'll see you after the game. It has been an entertaining few weeks on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show. We had the party after the Marshall game. We had a weird one last week because the Pirates won, but it sure didn't feel like a win taking calls, did it?
Yeah, no, it didn't at all. It's because, you know, people expected when you see a Charleston Southern come into town and your team is a 25-point favorite at home in front of a very good crowd, you expect to win. You know, we talked about that before the game. We were hoping to see a game in hand by the fourth quarter so we could see a lot of guys get in that normally may not get in. That's not what we saw. We expected that. I think the Pirate fans expected that. So when you squeak out a 3-point win, it's a little disheartening. But the bottom line is a win is a win is a win. And if they can win today and string together 3 wins in a row, that's huge. It really is. And going 3-2 and then being 1-0 in conference play. So this game is very big. It's big for Tulane as well, who's 1-3. And,
yeah.
You know, they're kind of in a desperation mode right now. They're desperate for a win. So I think it's going to be a very competitive game today.
No doubt. And you mentioned 3 wins in a row. That's what's at stake today for East Carolina. Tulane has a 3-game winning streak in this series, including a game last year where they pretty much dominated the Pirates. ECU had some late scores to make the game look closer than it appeared, but 17-point difference in that one. Willie Fritz has had ECU's number over the years, but it's hard to figure out Tulane right now. They had that game against Oklahoma, a lot of emotions. They came up just short, gave up 60 to Ole Miss, and then really their barometer game kind of came last week, and they lost at home to UAB. So maybe Tulane is right for the picking this year, We'll see today.
Yeah, it could be. You know, it's funny because these two teams are kind of mirror images of one another in the fact that they're both trying to find their identity. They're both struggling, you know, riding the roller coaster, so to speak, where you'll see them play. I mean, you know, Tulane played very well against Oklahoma, only lost by 5 points. Michael Pratt, their quarterback, played very well in that game. Of course, he played it extremely well against East Carolina last year. You know, you had mentioned their you know, the defense for East Carolina has played very well at times. The South Carolina game is one that really sticks out in your mind, but then there's games they've given up 600 and 500 yards last week.
Yeah.
Charleston Southern, and then the offense, and, you know, around Holton Ahlers, we saw Holton that struggled with 77 yards against South Carolina, but then he comes and, you know, throws the ball all over the yard to a lot of different receivers and a big comeback win against Marshall. So both of these teams are just struggling to find some consistency. And I think if whichever team can be consistent on offense, defense, and special teams today, which we talk about that. I mean, that's the key to football right there. If you can be consistent on all 3 sides of the ball, you're going to win more than you lose. And I think the team that finds some consistency today can start to get on a pretty good roll for the rest of the season. Because they both have talent. They just need to find it.
Pirates are searching for that consistency, especially on the offensive side of the ball. Billy Weaver joining us. What kind of game are you expecting today? High scoring? What's your score looking like for this afternoon?
Looking like somewhere around the 30 mark for each team. You know, 30 to 28, somewhere around there. Could be a little bit higher, and it just depends. You know, it's so hard, especially for East Carolina, to do any kind of predictions because you don't know, especially offensively, well, and kind of defensively as well, but more so offensively for East Carolina, you just don't know what you're going to get game to game. Are we going to see the offense that played against South Carolina and just couldn't get anything going? Are we going to see the offense from the second, third quarter, or whatever it was, against Charleston Southern, and then the fourth quarter team from the Marshall game? And it seems to go quarter for quarter. You just never know what you're going to get. And I think it's going to be important for East Carolina to hopefully get out to a lead this time and not get behind 14-0 early in the game like they did in Charleston Southern. So it's going to be tough to kind of make a really bold prediction because you don't know what you're going to get. And I'm hoping today they finally put it all together.
Talking to Billy Weaver, you'll be talking to him after the game when you call in on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show. Weave, enjoy the rest of your tailgate, enjoy the game, and we'll see you afterwards.
Hey, it's going to be an early one, which is good. I mean, I don't know. Some of the fans like the 6 and the 7 o'clock games. The 3:30 games, I think, is a good time spot for us. Fans can come out here and tailgate and have a good time, and then you're not home, after the 5th Quarter Call-In Show at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. So
we'll take it.
we'll take the 3:30 games, right, Cliff?
No doubt about it. Weave, thank you, man. We'll see you in a few hours.
All right, man, we'll see you.
All right, there it is. Billy Weaver joining us today on the Fixed NC Live Line. Looking forward to, hopefully, a fun edition of the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Shows. We'll be taking your calls around 7 o'clock or so whenever the game goes final. You can give us a call, 317-1250, and let your voice be heard right here on Pirate Radio. All right, we will get a break in. We will come back. And, man, hour 3 is on the way. We'll have a tailgate check-in with Troy D. We'll hear from some of the Pirate players as well. Great interview this week with Tegan Wilk, a guy we have not heard a lot from at all. Still young in his Pirate career, but want to highlight that interview. He's been making some plays on the field for East Carolina this year, so we'll hear from him, Blake Harrell, and a lot more coming up on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, Hour 4 on the way after this.
Do you suffer from allergies, asthma, or any other sinus problems? Perhaps professional cleaning of your air ducts could help. Family owned and operated in Winterville for over 22 years, Carolina Quality Air was the first certified duct cleaning company in Eastern North Carolina. From residential to commercial, they can handle any size job, big or small, including our studios here at Pirate Radio. Carolina Quality Air uses a sanitizer that kills mold in your ductwork and over 100 viruses, including the coronavirus. Visit them online at CarolinaQualityAir.com. Guess what, Greenville? Calzones are back. Community Calzone is the only restaurant in town specializing in calzones. Choose from over 50 different calzones, or you design your own with unlimited options, including vegetarian. Community Calzone also features wings, huge salads, and more. Plus, they deliver to almost everywhere in Pitt County. Located on Greenville Boulevard next to Ashley Furniture Warehouse, they're open for lunch, dinner, and late night for dine-in, pickup, or delivery. It's Community Calzone.
Hi, I'm Annalie Newhoff.
And I'm Rob Campbell.
And we are with CopyPro. We have been locally owned and operated here in Eastern North Carolina for almost 50 years. CopyPro is the leader in office technology.
Does your business struggle with keeping printing costs low or producing professional documents? Here at CopyPro, total customer satisfaction is our #1 priority.
We have a variety of solutions to help reduce your printing expenses and make your business more productive. Call us today at 1-800-682-6558 or online at copypro.net.
CopyPro, we are the professional office systems people.
Are you suffering from anxiety, sleep issues, or chronic pain? Have you heard of CBD? You can learn about the benefits of CBD right here in Greenville at the Hemp Garden. Hemp Garden offers a variety of products and solutions that are truly making a difference in our community. Hemp Garden also provides products that can assist with energy and focus. Have a pet? Come check out their selection of CBD pet products. Visit Hemp Garden to speak with a CBD specialist in a relaxed and welcoming environment today. Exclusive discounts are offered to first-time customers. Hemp Garden, located at 3040 South Evans Street in the Target Shopping Center in Greenville.
That's for you. Answer the call from patients who need plasma. Donations are down, so give plasma at a Grifols Center and receive compensation. Visit grifolsplasma.com. Gonna get that? Answer the call from patients who need plasma and receive up to $700 your first month when you donate at a Grifols Center. Visit grifolsplasma.com.
Every team knows that the two-point play can be a winning move. That's why I'm here. State Farm agent Timothy Sawyer and my team are here to help you go for two by combining your home and auto insurance. It's a great call that saves you time and money. So go for the win and score some savings by combining your home and auto. It's just another way we're here to help life go right. Call me, Timothy Sawyer, at 493-0002 today.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, Georgia has tacked on a field goal. They now lead Arkansas 27-0. Duke still holding on to that 24-7 lead. North Carolina holding on to that 24-7 lead over Duke. Memphis has scored. They lead Temple 23-17 in the third quarter. Michigan leads Wisconsin 20-10. Minnesota is leading Purdue 17-13. It is Pittsburgh 49, Georgia Tech 14. Tennessee has kicked a field goal. They now lead Missouri 48-17 in the third quarter. It's Texas 26, TCU 17. And at the half, Wake Forest leads Louisville 20-17. App State has jumped out to a 7-0 lead over Georgia State. And USC has a 3-0 lead early in the first quarter over Colorado. That is a look at your Buck scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night, and now during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow The Buck on Facebook and Instagram for the latest schedule. We'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
The Buck. Shirley, do you remember Weird Score Saturday?
Yes, Weird Score Saturday.
Weird Score Saturday. It was just last week, and on that Saturday, you had Minnesota losing to 30-point underdog Bowling Green outright, and now today they're on the road at Purdue and winning 17-13. Gotta love sports. So unpredictable.
I just want Purdue to win just so I can say I'm sick and tired of losing to Purdue.
The old Bob Knight cut that we have somewhere in the archives here in the Pirate Radio building. Temple just scored. Some drama in Philly as they lead Memphis 24-23. So how about the Owls fighting in this one? Did not see that coming.
Nope. That should be this Saturday's title. Did not see that coming, Saturday.
Did not see that coming, Saturday. The Owls with the lead right now, 24-23 over the Memphis Tigers. All right, we'll have a lot more scores for you this final hour. Notre Dame and Cincinnati about to kick off, so I need to flip over there. As we do, we'll head out to the Fixed NC Live line, get another tailgate check-in, as we are an hour away from East Carolina and Tulane, kicking it off at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium and on ESPN+. Troy, seen a lot of pictures from the tailgate today, and Mark Washington, touchdown Tony Collins, Robert Jones, among others. Homecoming's awesome. Great to see these former Pirates in the house.
Man, it is awesome, and it is so great to welcome these former Pirates back. And I was just telling Billy Weaver just a moment ago, I said, this might not be the biggest tailgate we've ever thrown, but this might be the best tailgate as far as quality and the number of people and the great Pirates that have come back and the big names that have joined us all throughout the past 4 or 5 hours. It has been awesome. And great to have Representative John Bell. He's the House Majority Leader from the Raleigh State Legislature. He is a guest from Chancellor Philip Rogers today. And you guys know how important funding is for East Carolina University. Well, the state legislature decides the majority of that. So it's great to have a guy like John Bell on our side, supporting Pirate Nation. And great to have you in town today, John.
Hey, Troy, it's great to be here. It's a beautiful day in eastern North Carolina. I brought my wife, Kelly, and daughter, Avery, and we're looking forward for a big Pirate victory today.
I know this is the first time you've had a chance to come back in Greenville for a football game in a while. Of course, last year was kind of disjointed, so it's great to be able to have you guys here, see what East Carolina's all about, which you already know, but really be able to build that relationship between Greenville and Raleigh.
Yeah, and look, Eastern North Carolina is blessed to have a university like East Carolina in it. We know and understand how important this is to Pitt County, but also the whole entire region. That's why when the state budget rolls out in probably a week and a half, you're going to see funding for a new Brody School of Medicine and some initiatives down here that are really going to take this university to the next level. The Chancellor and I have been working back and forth. Going to talk with him today, and he's doing an outstanding job making sure that Pirates Nation's voice is heard in Raleigh.
And guys, if you're drinking a cold beer in the stadium today, remember the name John Bell, the guy we're talking to right now, because you can thank him for that. He was the one that sponsored and wrote the legislation to allow alcohol beverages like beer and wine be able to be served in stadiums like Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. So, John, of all the pieces you've sponsored, that's going to be one of the more popular.
Well, I got it across the finish line a few years ago, and my good friend Tim Moffitt from the western part of the state made it so you can have two beers in your hand instead of just getting one. So we're reforming our ABC laws here in the state of North Carolina to make them more user-friendly. And this was a big part of enhancing that game day experience, which is one of the reasons you see the tremendous crowd here today.
Thank you for what you do for East North Carolina, and thank you for your support of East Carolina University. I know I speak on behalf of the Pirate Nation. We really appreciate it.
Hey, thank you very much, Troy, and go Pirates.
All right, that's Representative John Bell. Man, it has been an awesome tailgate here, Cliff. As we said, we've had so many great leaders in the community, Chancellor Rogers earlier, too, and, of course, so many former Pirate athletes have stopped by, and all of our media friends. It has been such fun out here today. Such awesome weather. Thanks to Familia. Incredible job with their pizza and wings. Thanks to Minji's Bottling Group and Carolina Eagle for their support on the beverage side. So we've got a winning. I'll tell you what, we've never lost a tailgate, and we damn sure haven't lost this one. This is a victory. If the game goes as good as the tailgate, I guarantee you it is going to be a huge Pirate victory clip. So that'll wrap it up here from the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone.
Sounds awesome. Thank you, Troy D. And another tailgate one. We'll see if the Pirates can win the game on the field. Good to hear from Beer Bill Bell there, Triple B. As thank you, John, for allowing folks to get a cold one during a sporting event on college campuses. Let's hear Shirley Rhodes from a playmaker. Still an unknown, but starting to become a household name among Pirates fans. And I'm talking about Tegan Wilk, who has 8 tackles on the year, but he has a tackle and a half for loss. He's got a half a sack on the year and also a forced fumble. Just seems to be one of those guys, an instinctive player that has a nose for the football. And we're starting to get to know him a little bit on the field. Let's get to know him off the field. Jeff Charles went one-on-one with Tegan Wilk earlier this week, and here's how it sounded.
A visit now with Tegan Wilk. And Tegan, we had you on the postgame show at Marshall. The Pirates came back and won that game, but we really not had a chance to sit down and visit for 3 or 4 minutes. So let's talk about the Tegan Wilk story from Berwick, Pennsylvania, and how you ended up in Greenville, North Carolina. How did this all happen?
Yeah, I mean, I first got recruited by Coach Houston. I was actually in contact with somebody on Twitter who handles like some recruiting stuff, and I don't know how it happened. Thank God it did. But Coach Shankweiler found my film, and he sent it to Coach Houston. And then I ended up coming down here for a visit. I actually was here for the UNC game when they beat UNC, and I sat up in the top section. And I just noticed that the stadium was like electric, and it was just a football town. And I loved that. Came here for a visit, and I just fell in love with everything. I got family in Raleigh. My 2 aunts live there. So it felt like the perfect fit for me, to be honest.
So in Berwick, Pennsylvania, I would guess that there's not a whole lot of East Carolina news, or people don't follow East Carolina that much. So when you signed with the Pirates and came here, was there a feeling of where are you going and who are these guys?
Well, my athletic director and my coach, Bo Orlando, actually played for West Virginia, so he came down here and played against East Carolina 1 year. Yeah, so he knew who they were, so he let everybody know, because he's a little bit of a legend up in Berwick. So he told everybody around here. A year before I graduated, or it might have been 2 years. I'm not really too sure, because I don't follow that much. But Mitch Martin, who runs track here, actually went to my high school. Okay. So a couple of people knew of East Carolina through him too, because he was a very good athlete. But yeah, I mean, when I first committed, everybody, if they didn't know, they looked up East Carolina and they started following. And now my dad actually texted me, and a couple friends of mine have been asking if my grandfather's at Sheets because they see somebody with an East Carolina sticker. So Berwick is they're very powerful, and they know they support everybody that comes through. So shout out Berwick.
So you're just getting on the field, making some plays now, but you're still relatively new to Pirate fans. So Tegan, how would you describe yourself as a player? When you go out there, what do you add to the defense?
Personally, I want to be fast. I want to be physical. I just want to fly around and make I want to make every play possible. But that's everybody on defense, and that's not just me. That's everybody. And I think having 11 people on the field that want to do that is great. I still got to find out a nice little celebration to get everybody going after I make a sack, because all I do is point to the fans right now, and it didn't work very well. It was a little quiet compared to other sacks, but I got to find that. So if you guys have any requests, let me know and I'll do it. But no, I mean, playing in front of our fans is awesome. It's one of traveling to other games. It's the best fan base I've been in front of in my whole life.
Yeah, well, it is a special place for the fans here. There's no doubt about that. I've been here for a long time, and I've witnessed it over the years. Tegan, you're not the biggest guy on the field, so how do you make up for not being that big?
I wish I was big. I wish I was tall. But, again, like playing fast, physical, my father has taught me since I was young, if you're not ever going to be the biggest, the strongest, especially playing Division I football at 5'10", 5'11" on a good day if I'm wearing the right shoes, and 190, you're not going to be the biggest guy. So know what you're doing before the game, and when the game comes, fly around and hit somebody.
So do you feel like you have a good grasp as far as this defense is concerned? Do you kind of feel like because of the lack of size, you have to really know the defense and being in the right spot and playing aggressive?
Yeah, and when I first got here, I started playing the buck position. During the spring, I played buck, and then through some other stuff, I started playing Sam. I played Sam last year a little bit. But knowing buck and Sam, I think I'm very versatile, and I can play. In my head, I can play anywhere the team needs me, whether it's on defense or they want me to long snap. I'd be more than glad to give it to Mr. Jong Young, because he's a dog.
He is. You saw where he's nominated for the Ray Guy Award this week, I am sure. So at about 190, would you like to get bigger and stronger in Big John's program? I mean, is that an emphasis for you?
Yeah, I mean, I lied on my transcript when I was talking to Coach Houston about getting recruited. I told him I weighed 170 in high school. That's a lie. I weighed like 160. So I came in here at like 160, and now I'm weighing 190. So shout out Big John. I mean, his weight program, I don't like it when you do it because it's terrible. But after seeing results, I mean, I'm blessed to have him in my life, and hopefully we just keep getting better and better.
Well, you're going to continue to get bigger and stronger in his program. There's no question about that. Well, let's talk about Tulane now coming up. This Tulane team can move the ball. They've got good, skilled guys. Michael Pratt's an outstanding quarterback. What are you guys going to have to do to slow him down?
Yeah, I was just saying to everybody over there, too, that it's hard to find a weakness in their offense. But I think our coaches are going to come up with the best plan possible, and they have throughout every week so far. We have a good plan, and we have good players around us to make that plan work, and I have all my trust in them, and whatever we can do, I will do.
That's Tegan Wilk.
Great interview, and man, what a mature young man. Tegan Wilk got a little sense of humor on him and got an instinct and a nose for the football. And we're going to start to see more and more of him in the Pirates secondary. Like you said, I think he started going, Shirley, is it Skilo?
Skilo.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Yes.
I thought he was going to start the rap, but Shirley caught on to it that he wishes he was a little bit taller.
He wishes he was a baller. He wishes he had a girl who looked good and would call her.
Yes. So he doesn't have the height, the weight, but He's got the heart, and look, he's got a lot of skill, and has been fun to watch so far on this Pirate defense. We will take a timeout, come back. We will talk more Pirate defense. We'll go down the numbers on the UBE stat sheet and hear from the defensive coordinator of the Pirates, Blake Harrell, his one-on-one chat with the voice Jeff Charles as he gets ready to face this Tulane offense. Notre Dame and Cincinnati are underway from South Bend. They are scoreless. Notre Dame on their first drive of the game. We'll keep you up to date on that. And the noon kickoffs that are coming down the stretch here in the fourth quarter. We'll have some updates on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard when we return on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Back with you after this.
Whoops.
Why do I run? Is it because I'm driven? Because I love the challenge? God, no. I do it for the beer. If you're the kind of runner who does it for the beer, this summer you can get one on us with the Michelob Ultra Beer Run. Grab your run buddies and get out there, because this summer there's beer at the finish line. Sign up at ultrabeerrun.com and trade your miles for beer.
At US Cellular, we can help everyone stay connected for less. And less also means more, as in more choice. Right now, you choose any phone and we make it free. Plus, get unlimited data for $30 a month with 4 lines. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Tom Brown from Brown & Wood Buick GMC Truck. We've been serving the Pirate Nation in Eastern North Carolina for 83 years. We have 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 showrooms, and 1 goal to make sure you leave a happy customer.
This month at Brown & Wood, get an all-new 2021 Buick Encore GX. Save over $3,000 or 0% financing for 72 months. As always, Brown & Wood is the home of the lifetime powertrain warranty on all new and pre-owned vehicles.
We're located on Greenville Boulevard next to the Convention Center, or shop us online at brownandwoodauto.com.
Other food delivery apps charge surprise fees, but Domino's is giving away $50 million worth of surprise frees, like free pizza, lava cakes, or cheesy bread when you order delivery online. And we found some unique ways to get the word out.
Like shouting from the rooftop!
Free cheesy! Screaming it! We even called Paul Revere.
Free lava cakes are coming!
Order delivery online and you could get a surprise free from Domino's. No purchase necessary. Open U.S. residents 13 and up through 11/21/21. Odds of winning are 1 in 14. See rules at surprisefrees.domino's.com for free entry, blackout dates, restrictions, and details.
This is Holt Nailers, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
Listening to the Bud Light pregame tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. For the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner, be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media on Facebook and Instagram. You can follow us there at PR927FM. Join the close to 50,000 followers overall. By the way, if you want to follow us on Twitter, it's at FreePR927FM. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Still in Twitter jail for some unknown reason.
That really needs to be fixed.
By the way, Shirley, if you look in the Live at 5 folder, we have the newest soundbite to add to our rotation.
Hold on, I'm getting ready to pull it up.
It's entitled Shirley Whoops.
Okay, hold on.
And it happened just at the end of last segment. So Glenn is headed to, it's probably at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium. Chandler is at a wedding. So Shirley...
Rocking his $12.99 shoes.
Rocking the Bruno Mars. Shirley is running the audio production and the video production. So as she said, she's in charge of 3 microphones, 2 keyboards, 2 mice.
2 mice.
2 computers, and about 8 programs.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
So a lot going on, and you kind of hit the music abruptly there at the end of last segment.
Because the keyboards, the way our computers work is we can fire things off with the space bar, and I had my hand on the space bar for the computer that runs our music, and I did not mean to. I meant to have it on the keyboard that fires our commercial breaks off, because they're 2 different computers, and I hit the wrong one, so the music stopped.
Which happens, but a lot of times when that happens, like we just go to break and everything's fine. But this time the mic was on.
I forgot to turn the microphone off.
And then we got like a Chris Berman-esque. How did it sound?
Whoops. Whoops.
Whoops.
Whoops.
So innocent. So whoops.
Whoops.
So now we've got that to play forever when one of us makes a mistake, which is quite often during our live broadcast.
This will only be good if Macon messes up again.
Whoops.
Whoops.
I like that.
Jeez.
Well, that's going to be played quite a bit on our Pirate Radio programming. Thank you, Captain Bill. It's great. Love it. All right, let's take a what am I saying? I'm reading things and trying. Cav asked, is ESPN Plus going to show the halftime festivities? And Matt says they'll probably just play the same 4 commercials over and over. That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah, that would be my guess too.
But if you are heading to the game, stay in their seats at halftime. Parmalee will be playing, so that's going to be pretty awesome at Dottie Ficklin Stadium. Let's get a look at the UBE stat sheet and talk some defense. The Pirates right now giving up 29.8 points per game, allowing 167 yards on the ground, 330 through the air. Pirates are giving up a total of 498 yards per contest. That's got to drop starting today with Tulane. East Carolina on third downs. Well, the defense has been pretty good on third downs. 20 of 56 for opponents, 36%. They are converting. In the red zone, teams have scored 13 out of 17 times, and they've scored 9 out of 17 times touchdowns in the red zone. So just over 50% teams are scoring touchdowns once they get to the red zone. So East Carolina's done a pretty good job of bending but not breaking once they get to that red zone. Let's hear more from the defensive side of the ball with the defensive coordinator of the Pirates, Blake Harrell, who talked to Jeff Charles earlier this week.
A visit now with ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell. And, Coach, let's talk about this Tulane offense led by Michael Pratt. You saw him last year. He kind of burst onto the scene as a freshman quarterback, and now he is in his second year. He's a fine talent, isn't he?
No doubt, no question about that. He had a good conference play last year, a year ago, played well against us, and everybody thought he was going to be a really good quarterback one day. And then all of a sudden in Oklahoma, everybody sees how good of a quarterback he's became and how developed he is and making big plays in a big-time ball game and almost beat Oklahoma, came down to the last drive of the game. So certainly a player that's a toughness is a huge asset of his. He gets hit, a bunch against Oklahoma and Ole Miss and UAB, but still pops right back up and still threads the needle with his throws. He can hurt you with his feet and does a good job running that offense.
Let's talk about the offense just a little bit. Cameron Carroll is kind of their guy. He ran for over 100 yards against the Pirates last year. He's a big back.
He is a huge back. I mean, he's 6 foot, 225 plus, good speed, good power. You see him going in the end zone against Ole Miss, stiff-arming those guys and sticking in the box. So he's certainly a guy we got to do a great job getting downhill on and tackling and topping off and make sure we get a bunch of guys there to the tackle. So he got work cut out. He's a powerful guy, but he's also got some other guys around him that can step in, 22 and 6 and 5. All 3 of those guys, very talented. 5, maybe the best speed of all of them, who also play some receivers. So they got a lot of talent back there at tailback.
And then the receivers are good, too, and the tight ends are very productive. I counted 25 catches from their tight ends coach. And Tyreek James, we saw him last year, and he is their leading receiver as a tight end again this year at 15 catches. So it looks like they really do try and utilize their tight ends.
Yeah, 80. Tyreek James is their top target. I think he's got 25 targets, 15 catches, as you mentioned. That's who their quarterback's looking to, whether it's crossing routes, wheel routes, vertical routes, whatever it may be. He's a big target, and played well against us last year, and you have a lot of respect for him. He's a guy that you think possibly play on Sundays, has good size, good in blocking, good hands, all that type stuff. So certainly a good player. The wideouts, 23 is probably the guy to take the top off of it, deep ball to him, take the shots. I think he went for about 150 in the bowl game last year, and just throwing some smoke screens out to him. They got a transfer Division II guy, number 10, who goes for 50 on a smoke screen against Ole Miss. And then the Watt brothers, number 2 and number 3, played against us last year. Number 2 is a very solid deuce and just does a good job out there. So a lot of guys, a lot of different guys they can go to, a lot of different weapons they can spread the ball around to, and very balanced offense. I think we got them about 70-30 on first and second down, pass and run. And that could be a little bit of the games they've been into. I expect them to be a little bit more balanced than that and try to run the football a little bit more than they have been. Challenges, they don't give you the same look at any time. It's going to give you different looks. They're going to hide and disguise stuff, in their run game, pass game, and get to it multiple ways. So we got to do a good job locking in on our keys. Tell our guys all the time, you see a lot, you see little. But you see a little, focusing on your key, focusing on your fundamentals, you see a lot. So that's what we're going to try to do.
Coach, you just threw out a word, smoke screen. What is a smoke screen?
Just a little quick now screen out to the receivers. So that's, we've called it different things over the years. Now screen, smoke screen. Some guys have called it quick tunnel. But just getting the ball out to those receivers and letting them run in space. And, and they do a good job of that. If you're off coverage or give them some space, they're going to hit the quick hitters, the hitch routes and little out routes to them and take their 5-yard gains and move on to the next snap and take a positive play. So we got to do a good job of, at times pressing and showing some different coverages out there to take away the easy throws and the quick hitters.
Coach Houston said earlier this week this offensive line plays very physical. Have you seen that too?
Oh, man, I think the center is maybe the best, in our league, certainly, maybe college football. I mean, he was giving Oklahoma kid, Ole Miss kid, all they could handle. And I think the Oklahoma kid's probably a second day draft pick. Last year, all our movements, he cut them off, did a really nice job. The guards all conference, the tackle is huge, and they just come off the ball and play with a nastiness and play very physical up front. So we got to be ready to match that.
Let's talk a little bit about your defense now, Coach. One thing we haven't really mentioned a whole lot is the red zone defense this year. I mean, you're doing a good job with your red zone defense, keeping people out of the end zone for the most part, don't you think?
Yeah, that's something we focus on, and Coach Houston's made a big emphasis on it. A couple times a week we get down in the red zone, whether it's Skelly or team sessions, and go to work down there, just some different coverages we play and just kind of a mindset, making kids aware of where we're out in the field. And we say it every week and all the time in our meetings, touchdowns will get you beat, but holding them to field goals, then you got a chance to win the ball game. And that's a 4-point swing there that can make a big difference. And one play, can get you beat down there, and one play can go the other way and hold them to a field goal. So that's our focus. Those and turnovers have been a huge focus for us during the offseason and through this season so far.
Well, the Pirates are +1 in turnovers going into this game with Tulane. Coach, Emmanuel Hickman was running all over the field, making big plays for you last week. He was getting sacks. He was getting tackles behind the line of scrimmage. Tell us a little bit about him and how far he's come.
Man, he's been awesome. He's worked his tail off, had a couple big sacks, as you mentioned last week, and just, really transitioned to a starter on our football team, a leader for our defense, and just playing as hard as he can right now and really setting the tone up front. And we hope he continues to do that and setting the edge and give us a little pass rush there.
Jaquan McMillan doing a great job. Had that big pick again last week. He's got 3 this year already, 10 in his career. He's having a great year, isn't he?
He is, and he's solid. Not only picking the ball off last week, but coming up and making some stops on the perimeter in the pass game. And that's, as defensive coordinator, linebackers coach, you like to see those secondary kids come up and just, smack somebody around. He did that, and then he shows he can go get the ball in the air and stick it in the box. So just really proud of Jaquan and the things he's doing this season so far, and hopefully can continue through conference play here.
Coach, final question for you is you match up with this Tulane offense, and they are prolific, as we know. They're averaging right at 36 points per game. What are you going to have to do to slow these guys down?
Yeah, 36 points per game. I mean, they can run the ball. I think 150 per game, 250 in the air. We got to make sure we keep the deep ball in front of us when they take their shots. We got to make sure we control number 80 in the pass game and know where he's at, and that's the top target. But first, we got to stop that run game. Cameron Carroll, whichever tailback's back there, that's where they hurt us at last year, and put them behind the sticks. and make them take the check downs in the pass game and try to get the third down and do a little better job on third down than we did last week, and see if we can't get off the field and give the ball back to our offense.
That's ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell.
All right, tough task today, taking on a Tulane team with a very talented quarterback in Michael Pratt that came to Greenville last year and knocked off the Pirates, had a lot of success in doing so. We will take a break. Notre Dame has all their game, the games on NBC. It's like the Notre Dame network. They tried to jinx Cincinnati. Notre Dame was driving their first drive of the game down the field, doing pretty much whatever they wanted. And they put up the stats: Cincinnati, second best red zone defense in the country, doesn't allow any points in the red zone. But it backfired because Cincinnati did what they do, forced an interception, got a pick in the end zone. Cincinnati just had to punt it back to Notre Dame. So no score on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard between the Irish and the Bearcats. Right now, Georgia, the only question about this Georgia-Arkansas game is, can it end in a shutout? Georgia up 34-0. North Carolina all over Duke 37-7. Temple still has a 1-point lead in the fourth quarter over Memphis, trying to pull the upset in Philadelphia today. And let's see, Texas leading 32-20 over TCU. We'll have more scores on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard when we return, and keep rolling on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We're back with you after this.
Burgers, wings, hand-cut, hand-breaded chicken tenders, fresh salads, and cold beer is the starting lineup at Tiebreakers and has been keeping customers happy for 20 years. Tiebreakers' family atmosphere is the perfect place to come watch your favorite team play while enjoying a great lunch or dinner. In a hurry or looking for catering options? Get Tiebreakers to go. That now includes the new curbside pickup by ordering online at tiebreakersnc.com. Tiebreakers.
Tommy's Express Car Wash is the car wash Greenville is talking about. At the corner of Red Banks Road and Greenville Boulevard, this state-of-the-art wash will keep your car looking great. And now Tommy's has just launched its new 2.0 Tommy's Express app. And anyone who downloads the app now will receive 30 free days of washing with their top-of-the-line wash, the Works Wash. Download the Tommy's Express app now by going to your app store or visit them on location, open 7 days a week at the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Red Banks Road.
You know texting while driving is dangerous. That's not new information. Yet most people admit to doing it anyway. Drivers are 23 times more likely to be involved in a car accident while texting. Know the facts and wait to text. The danger is real and it applies to you. Auto Owners Insurance, the no problem people. Information provided by Virginia Tech Transportation Institute.
This is Norm Bryant with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates.
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
This is Coach Blake Harrell, defense coordinator for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light pregame tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, Georgia not having any problem with Arkansas right now. They are cruising 34-0 in the fourth quarter is that score. With about 6 minutes left to go in the game, Carolina has a 31-7 lead over Duke. Temple clinging to a 1-point lead over Memphis, 24-23, with 6.5 minutes to go in that game. Michigan is leading Wisconsin 31-10. Pittsburgh all over Georgia Tech, 49-21 in the fourth quarter. With about 10 minutes left to go in the game, it's Tennessee 55, Missouri 17. Texas leads TCU 32-20. Wake Forest holding on to that 20-17 lead over Louisville in the third quarter, and Coastal Carolina has jumped out to a 14-0 lead over Louisiana Monroe. And that is a look at your scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates. The Buccaneer is open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night and food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Broad.
The Buck. Thank you, Shirley Rhodes. Coming up at 3:30, Ole Miss at Alabama, Oregon at Stanford, Oklahoma at Kansas State. So you got 3 top 10 teams there that are on somewhat of an upset watch. We'll see. Later on today, Florida at Kentucky at 6 o'clock. Keep an eye on what happens in Raleigh. NC State coming off a win over Clemson. It would be classic NC State to slip up and get upset by Skip and Louisiana Tech, wouldn't it? So, I don't know. Just keep an eye on that one coming up at 6 o'clock. Also, Baylor at Oklahoma State. That's a couple of ranked teams going at it tonight at 7 o'clock. Auburn at LSU, 9 o'clock in Baton Rouge. And coming up later tonight, it'll be a couple of former NFL head coaches, Chip Kelly and Herm Edwards, in the Rose Bowl as Arizona State takes on UCLA. So some great college football on today, and a lot of people right now are probably in their seats, are heading to their seats to see East Carolina take on the Tulane Green Wave. And sure, let's hear some Mike Houston comments from earlier this week.
Okay.
And let's hear where cut number 3, he's asked how important this game is, and we've talked about it all week. This is a critical game for how you want the 2021 season to go, and I think a very important game as far as the Mike Houston era goes at East Carolina. This could kind of flip things. This could turn things into all right, we are definitely headed in the right direction. But here is how he responded to it. Cut 3, Shirley, on the importance of this football game.
Well, I think that's just it. It's nothing more than that. It's the next game. It's our conference opener. It's a home ball game. I mean, that's all it is. I mean, that's. Everybody else can worry about whatever, other things they want to make out of it. We got a ball game this Saturday. We're going to try to win that ball game this Saturday. We're playing a very good team, and so we want to be ready to go. That's it.
All right, it can't make it the end of the world, because if you lose it, it disrupts your entire season, and then the guys are like, okay, well, what are we playing for now? So I get it, but it is a very, very crucial football game. East Carolina, man, it almost feels like we're not coming off 2 straight wins after last week, but we are. Everything is moving positively, and we got to keep that rolling today with a victory over Tulane. One negative heading into this game, the Pirates will be without one of their best defensive linemen, at least playmaking in 2020. Surad Ware has had a great start to the season. He's going to have to miss the first half due to a penalty. Cut 4, Shirley. Houston talked about that.
We rotate a lot of guys anyway. I mean, I hate it, and I'll tell you, that penalty is a frustrating penalty, because that play is not the intent of the rule. The intent of the rule was to take out the dangerous, the borderline dirty, whatever you want to call them, hits. Those plays are not why the rule was intended, and we have to change the rule. And I know everybody, is worried about, PR and optics and all that stuff. For plays like that, it's a bad rule, but it is what it is. He misses the first half. We've been rotating a lot of guys and putting them in there, so the other guys, somebody's got to step up, but that whole group, different guys have been playing better throughout the year. They've continued to play better every week, and so they'll be ready to go, and we'll be glad to have Surad back there in the second half.
Rick DeBrew had to miss the first half of the opener against Appalachian State due to a targeting call, and Mike Houston is not alone with his comments there, because there are some of these that certainly do not have intent. They're not dirty plays. They're kind of bad luck plays.
Yeah, they're kind of inadvertent plays. And I hate the word targeting in situations where you can clearly see when a defender is coming in to make the tackle and the opposition is lowering the lowering the headgear. Yeah, I was trying not to say it, and I was like, oh wait, no.
But you're right though. The word targeting almost implies you did something on purpose illegal,
right?
And that's just not the case for somebody.
And anybody who follows science knows that an object in motion tends to stay in motion.
Well, surely.
So
know your audience, know your host. What are you talking about right now?
Okay, well, let me explain that to you.
E equals MC squared.
Yes. But when you have a defender and he's getting down low and is trying to make a tackle, well, if you can't just stop your body on a dime. Once your body goes into that plane of motion, you can't just stop, and it's gonna happen. And I think that there needs to be. I don't mind the targeting rule, but I agree with Mike Houston. I think there needs to be some specifics, and the word intent needs to be more clearly defined. Because when I think of a targeting call, it's C.J. Johnson getting hit in the head after
which they didn't call.
Yeah. Not what happened to Surratt Ware, because that was more inadvertent than anything else. I think C.J. Johnson's non-call was targeting. And so there needs to be a more defined.
Yeah, don't get rid of it, but let's look at it, diagnose it, and
you have
change
to.
it.
And you can't tell me because like you said, if the video replay is there to make the calls and make the correct calls, then you have got to have a more defined view of what intent is, because they've got it backwards, in my opinion.
All right, so Surratt Ware out the first half. Guys like Rick DeBrew are going to have to step up, and Mike Houston talked about him playing better here recently. No, sorry, number 5.
Yeah, I think he's giving better effort now. I think he went through some. I think maybe he forgot what made him, effective last year, and I think that he had to be reminded that he's a high motor guy, and so I thought he had a better week of practice last week, and I've talked to several of us have sat him down and talked to him just about the issues, and when he's focused and disciplined and in playing with a high motor, he's an impact. And so, we need him. I mean, Manny's playing very, very well. But, I want to play a lot of guys. I want us to have 2 starters at that position. And so it was good to see him, giving that kind of effort and playing at a higher level. And I hope to see that this week also.
Going to need Hickman, going to need DeBrew, all of those guys, McIver, everybody kind of stepping up in Ware's absence in the first half. The trenches are important in this game on both sides, and Mike Houston talked about that, Shirley Cut 6. How important is it to win on the O-line and D-line this week?
Well, I think both teams are going to want to control the line of scrimmage. I mean, I think that's true. Now, they've been throwing it around a good bit, and, some of the scores in the games may have dictated some of that. But, Coach Fritz is, he's got, like I say, he's got a similar philosophy to me that, we want to be able to control the line of scrimmage, run the football, throw the football too. We want to be very balanced. But it is going to come down to who can control the front, who can control the line of scrimmage.
All right, there is Mike Houston talking about the trenches. Also, let's hear number 8, and this was kind of touched on earlier by Igo in hour number 2, the mental aspect, the mental preparedness you have to be in to get ready for football each week, and that Mike Houston said that was the most important thing for his team. Cut 8, Charlie.
Prepare mentally. That's the biggest thing. That's what we did a poor job with last week. That's literally what I finished practice talking to them about. It's just between right now and 3:30 Saturday. They've got to mentally prepare themselves to play the game the way we want to play it. Fast, physical, high intensity, high energy, run and hit on defense, getting off the ball on offense, sharp execution, and you've got to mentally prepare yourself to play the game that way. And it's, anybody that has played the game understands that. If you have not played the game, you have no clue what I'm talking about. But it's, there's things that you do out on that field that aren't just, don't just come naturally as a human being. And so mentally, you've got to get yourself ready to go out there and play the game that way. And so that's the biggest thing for us. The next, 48 plus hours, however long, 72 hours till kickoff 3:30 Saturday afternoon. We got to get our bodies ready to play. That means getting a good night's sleep, nutrition, hydration, getting in the training room, getting the rehab, and we got to get our minds ready to play. And because we want to come out of the gates fast, and we want to play a very physical ball game.
All right, Mike Houston going to have his team ready to go. Kickoff coming up in about 20 minutes at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. Mike Houston was also asked by Glenn earlier this week, does his team use outside criticism as motivation, whether it comes from the media, the fans, whoever it may be? Cut 10, Shirley.
Well, if we're paying too much attention to that, then we got our eye on the wrong things. Everybody told us we stunk after we lost to an SEC team by 3 at home. That was kind of, in my opinion, stupid. I mean, we didn't listen to it then. Okay, everybody told us, last week, what a great job we did against Marshall and what that game was supposed to be last week. And I'm afraid that too many of our kids listened to it last week. And so I think that was the lesson that was learned is, if it's not said in this room right here in your meeting room, then you guys kind of filter it out. It's just got to go in one ear and out the other. I don't read much stuff, and so because you can't. You can't pay attention to that stuff. You got to focus on what's important.
All right, there is Mike Houston going to have his team focused and ready to go as they take on Tulane today. The game is on ESPN Plus. Blake asked, how else can I watch the game if I don't have ESPN Plus? You can go to the game. That's about it.
That is true.
I don't have any other options for you. Get ESPN Plus. It's pretty cheap. Just get it right now and watch it. This game will be on ESPN Plus coming up at 3:30. We will take a timeout, come back. We'll make our predictions, our fantasy picks, and right off into the sunset, get you ready for the 3:30 kickoff as East Carolina takes on Tulane. One more segment to go here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We'll be back with you after this.
This is Dr. Phil Perdue with Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center. My colleagues and I recognize how difficult this time is for everyone in our community. We continue to see patients during the week while taking precautions to keep everyone safe. Our extended care clinic is now open on Saturdays and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. so you can avoid the emergency department for your urgent orthopedic care. For more information, please contact us at 757-2663 or visit our website at orthoeast.com.
On Saturdays, your team needs you, your sofa needs you, and you need a Jersey Mike's sub. Get it all with free Saturday delivery when you order through the Jersey Mike's app. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. This Saturday, while you watch the game at home, we're watching the grill at Jersey Mike's. Order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays, unless you're going to miss hearing this. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Here with Mike Mullis from Fixed NC. And Mike, you were telling me the other day, people ask you all the time, I didn't know you did that. What does that mean?
Anything that involves property damage repair, call us first. If it's your crawl space, you've got interior humidity issues, a water loss, your ice maker line breaks, obviously fire and smoke, everybody knows we do those. But anything that involves interior or exterior property damage, we're your repair experts.
Mike, how can everybody get in touch with you?
252-999-0001 or fixednc.com.
When a storm hits, you can count on Greenville Utilities. They put their emergency storm plan into action to restore power as quickly and safely as possible. If you experience an outage, call them toll-free at 1-855-767-2482. The automated hotline can handle a large number of calls at once, virtually eliminating busy signals, so help can be on the way as fast as possible. Remember, GUC's emergency hotline number is 1-855-767-2482.
This is former ECU football player Bryce Williams, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Did you miss a show on Pirate Radio? Listen to all of Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud, or Spotify, Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives. And Clip, as we head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate, a quick Buck scoreboard. North Carolina wins it over Duke 38-7. Georgia wins over Arkansas 37-0. Memphis is trailing Temple 27-23 with about 2.5 minutes left to go in that game. Michigan up on Wisconsin 38-10. It is Tennessee 55, Missouri 24. Pittsburgh leads Georgia Tech 52-21. And Louisville is now down by 10 as Wake Forest leads at 27-17 at the start of the fourth quarter, and still no score in the first quarter between Cincinnati and Notre Dame.
All right, yeah, well, keeping an eye on what's going on in South Bend, and once again, Cincinnati's defense going to get off the field here as both defenses have come up big in the first quarter of this game in South Bend. We will have more scores for you when we return on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show, updating you on what's going on in the evening and taking your calls until the last caller is served after East Carolina and the Tulane Green Wave. Who will have a big performance in the game today will surely make it, take it. You keep Tyler Snead again.
Oh, did I win last week?
Yeah, I'm guessing so, yeah.
I wasn't sure.
Because Chandler had Calhoun. He didn't do anything. I took Harris. He didn't do much. And Snead.
Well, it would have definitely been Snead. It would have definitely been Snead if that touchdown had counted. But he stepped out.
Yeah, he had the numbers. So you keep Snead.
All right. I'm going to ride that one till as far as I can take it.
So I got the pick of the litter here. And a lot of different ways I could go. Keaton Mitchell, Rajee Harris would be the obvious. I'm feeling CJ had a 60-yarder last week. For whatever reason, I'm thinking he finds the end zone again and has a good day. So it'll be the battle of receivers today. I'll take CJ Johnson.
Did Chandler leave us a pick or no?
Nah, and I didn't ask him. And you know what? He's not here, so he's not going to win.
Doesn't count.
How about a prediction for the game, Shirley Rhodes? What are you feeling?
I am feeling a Pirate win. However, I do want to see some purpose on this team. I mean, I felt like the defense, as bad as some of the plays look, they played with a little bit more purpose than the offense. I want both sides of the ball to come out there with their hair on fire. Give me something to believe in here, but I am going to pick the Pirates over Tulane 28-21.
Okay, Shirley's got the Pirates. Last year, Tulane came into Greenville, scored 38 points, beat the Pirates. I'm going to say Tulane scores 38 points again, and I'm going to say that East Carolina scores 33 points. A closer game, but I don't know. The Green Wave are further along right now. This is it. I mean, East Carolina has a chance.
This is our Super Bowl.
Oh, no. Hey, we got Parmalee with the halftime show. It's the Super Bowl.
But the thing is that a win today would get us halfway to our goal.
I hear you, Bon Jovi.
We're halfway there. No, a win today would put us halfway to 6, and we've been talking about the path to 6 all summer long. That we talked, where can we get the 6 wins that would make us bowl eligible? That's the goal for this team. They want to be bowl eligible. Well, today is the day. If we want to take that huge step, this is where we need to do it. Because I feel like a loss today, and I feel like whatever air is left in the balloon is going to get deflated.
It's huge. Monster game at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium coming up in a few minutes. Great show. Thanks to everybody who was a part of it today, including the voice Jeff Charles, also Stephen Igo and Ronnie Woodward. We had tailgate check-ins with Troy D., Jeff Nadeau, Brian Bailey, Billy Weaver, Blake Harrell, Donnie Kirkpatrick, Tegan Wilk. We heard from Mike Houston. Thanks to you guys for tuning in today. Thanks to Shirley Rhodes, Glenn Griffin. Thanks to Bagel Man for the awesome pregame food. Hooked us up with some breakfast bagels. You can check them out for lunch as well. Have some great deli bagels, some melts. and salads as well. So Bagel Man on Fire Tower Road, check them out. We had an awesome pregame spread. We will see you folks after the game on the U.S. Cellular 5th quarter call-in show. Get your phones ready as the final whistle sounds. We'll take your calls at 317-1250 right here on Pirate Radio. For Shirley Rhodes and the crew here at Pirate Radio, I am Clip Brock. We'll see you after the game. Go Pirates!
You've been listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates. Stay tuned and join us after the game for a complete recap and your phone calls on the U.S. Cellular 5th quarter call-in show, right here on Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
Hey, Pirate